Hello, chat. What's up? How's everybody doing? Oh, there's the 4K. There's the Elgato 4K utility. Boom. We are on PlayStation. How's everybody doing? What's up? Today's the day. Today is the day. Okay, first things first. We're going to look to finish Bloodborne. We will look to finish Bloodborne. I don't know how much more we have left, but it shouldn't be too much. It shouldn't be too much. And then after that, we're going to be doing... We're going to switch to League of Legends, but we're going to be doing the primarily interview with Rioters at 5 p.m. So that is happening at 5 p.m. Hang on, there's a person on YouTube I need to take care of and remove from the premises. Boom. Getting rid of a dumbass at the start of the stream always feels good. Anyway, what's up, everyone? How you doing? Hope you had a wonderful day. Hope you had a wonderful time. Let's go. We have I think 2 pads down in the gutter that we didn't check yet. We got that. We got that to check. We got a new weapon. We're maxed out. We're looking beautiful. Let's go. Just having an existential crisis because Twitch said 0 viewers. I said hello. GG. GG. Oh yeah, it's here, but then we do the elevator. I remember. Can we do this? Hello, what's up, everybody? How are you doing? Wrong side. That's also wrong side. I think it's here. That's the one. Okay, I need to unlock this ladder. Is the legendary never FF training? This is where we use the training. Oh, long ass ladder just for that. Must be good, right? Not that one. This one. Attack versus the kin up 27% versus beast down 11. See, this is the best damage upgrade we have, but in that specific subset. Who is the kin? Who's the beast? I have no fucking idea. The way I understand is like snaky types of enemies are kin, and beastie types are beasts. All of these are praying. That's a boss fight. That's a boss fight, fellas. They're all praying to something. Oh, no. Look at that scene. Look at that scene. It's beautiful. Who is it? Some sea god monster. Let's see. See what we're dealing with here. Oh, shit. It's a big squid. Good luck, have fun. Oh? What the fuck is going on? It's one of those jumpers. Is that the umbilical cord? Yeah. What? It's been born? Orphan of Kos. the cosmos. Orphan of Kos. He got born, he's just sitting there. What the fuck? So presumably that being is the Kos? And then it died while birthing this thing? Or even before? So he's like pre-born? What is going on? Can we be friends? I don't want to fight. Oh, dude. Dude. Wait, the good thing is it might be parryable, actually. Okay. It's kind of small. It might be parryable. We'll see. That would be a big help. Holy shit. Orphan of Kos. That's a cool name, cool character. He's just abandoned here, like filled with rage. Oh, what the fuck? Can you jump there? So all of these weren't praying to him, they were praying to the big being. And presumably they're praying because it was like sick or dying or whatever. I need to do one parry, I just want to see if it works. Oh my god, that's a lot of health. I think I did decent damage, but... Bro, why? Shit, man. What is Straub clipping already? Oof, Orphan of Cooked. This might be a tough one. This might be a tough one. We'll see. We got plenty of heals and bullets, I think. We should be fine. I'm wondering if it's parryable. He does look parryable. It looks like a humanoid. And even as a weapon. What? He jumped back? Well, that thing just extended. It didn't like throw it, I think. What even is that? He's got some sort of like glaive, like fleshy thing attached to him with like with blisters on it, eggs. How is that practical in any way? He's using his own placenta to fight me? Some metal shit. I love this view. Okay, if you can walk back and he does the jump, that one is... Okay. Or he's got a lot of moves. Too early. One, two, three, delay hit. Such a cool character, what the fuck? Shit. Very simple, but very, very cool character. He was just born, you're bullying an orphan baby, basically. But I think it's a bit more sad that I'm the one getting bullied. I still haven't even done a single visceral. I mean, 2 hits did like 700. Visceral should be 2.7, I think. Would Zonya or Benshi better against Orphan of Cos? I think you need both. Social Chameleon Sensei. Thank for 2 months. Welcome back. Okay. I thought my parry timing there was good, but I still don't know if he's parryable. I need to test it out. I don't know if he's parryable at all. I thought I shot him, but it might have missed while he was jumping, so I have no fucking clue. God damn. The run isn't that long. It gives you just enough time to contemplate your life choices. Nothing really will help me here, given the fact that I don't get to live long. So upgrading, like using beast blood pellets or whatever the fuck, I think it's all irrelevant. I think we just have to parry him. Keep harping on the parry, but we'll see. I gotta dash through him. Is the jump not parryable? Is anything oh my god. If he's like fake parryable, I'll be real mad. Because those what's giving me a little bit of light here is the fact that those living failures, they were parryable but like very awkward. You could do it, but it was unreliable. Was your health so low? What do you mean my health is low? It's full. My health is full. I'm not using any heals, at least, in the fight. Guys, this is gonna be a tough one. This is gonna be a tough one. I need to experiment with the parry a little bit more before I start like regularly fighting him. Because if there's a parry sequence, we're gonna be good. We are gonna be fine. I just don't know how, I can't get it. Usually I'm kind of decent at parrying. It's weird that I didn't hit a single one so far. I didn't trust myself on that one. So we know it's parryable now. Okay. That's pretty good. Major progress. Oh, what the fuck is that? Okay. At least not a transformation. Okay, not bad, Mr. Azzapp. Oi! What the fuck hit me? How many variants of that attack exist? They missed! My bullet missed somehow. Yeah, he extends it when he jumps back. What? How? Oh shit. Okay, that was not bad. That was a pretty damn good attempt, actually. We got like 25% of his HP. That's impressive. We landed one parry and didn't even do the visceral. Okay, okay. Orphan of course cares not for your iframes. Yep. Iframe hater. I will not tell him what to do. I will just go. I will just do like Orphan of course. Yeah. Oh shit. Just hit me with that. Yeah. God damn. Oh! The pistol is broken! My pistol is bugged! I don't even remember which attack I parried. I parried once, and I don't remember which one. I literally don't remember what the attack was. Fucking chat. What's up, everyone? Orphan of Velkus? I mean, just gotta shoot, and eventually he's gonna die. 50 damage. His moves are weird, but like, when he dashes, he ducks, so my pistol misses. When he jumps so rapidly to the air that my pistol misses again. I'm pretty sure it will be parryable, but it's kind of hard to find it. Hey, is that first time chatter here? Love your content? Hell yeah, brother. Sup, sup. Maybe I just fight him without trying to parry. Yo! 2.7. Oh no. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna die now, but like this has been a PB. This is a PB run, just because I hit one visceral. I wish jump was parryable. I could try to bait him into jump all the time. No, they missed! I didn't even see him. 33%. 33%, chat. I'm taking it. I'm taking this to the bank. That was a great fucking attempt. That was a great attempt. Love it. That was a good fucking attempt. Okay. Nice. You put 0 points to Vigor? What do you think? I'm a fucking Souls amateur? Vigor is the most important stat in these games. I put 1 point. I made it 10. This is not my first Souls-like. I know Vigor is busted. What are those like side attacks when he's on the ground? Basically when he doesn't duck and when he doesn't jump. One of those I can hit him with a visceral. Not this one, right? See, that one is kind of easy because he was already shooting a thing before. They're reached? Okay, 2 viscerals and I got a new PB. So when, like, usually when you're far away, you can't do it. That was stupid. I don't know if this one is parryable. I gotta test this one when he does, because it's a very slow wind-up. You have so much time to do it. If that one is parryable, I think we got him. I think we got him. That would be our ticket to solve the boss. Yeah. I think that one could solve it. Like, I pussied out. I should have tried to parry it. I was like, I had one visceral already, you know, it's like... it could be a new PB. Let's look in. Yo, is Azzapp playing Bloodborne? Or just playing it? Hell yeah, brother. You know what the game, what good games are. Yeah, the thing is the dash doesn't seem parryable, and then the jump doesn't seem parryable. Maybe I'm stupid, but I can't seem to get those. In combat, melee, it's kind of doable, but then you also have to be close. And you gotta have balls of steel because everything one-shots you when you're close. So I'll wait for this one. Go here, hit, and then... Fuck you, Azzapp! I hate you! Okay. It's fine, it's fine, that's good. It's doable, it's not even like that tight of a timing. Yeah! Let's go. Another one? No! Gotta be close. This is good, this is good, this is good. That one's not parryable. So none of the jumps are parryable. He's gonna do the gap closing now. Never mind. That hurts. He's not letting me gap close. He's controlling me. Bro's playing Syndra. My bad. He lulled me into full sense of security with the long range plays, and then when I tried to go on the offense, he got me. Good move, good move. I respect that. It was a good one. Hello, what's the viewing stats when you do variety? Much lower. On YouTube, I imagine it's... I don't even know what's on YouTube. I think Twitch goes into about 60% of what the usual would be. I'm not sure on YouTube. I don't really track those numbers because... YouTube is mainly meaningless in terms of... It's nice to have bigger numbers, but like it's not a valuable metric because it's very algorithm based. Like if you're a league channel and you stream something else, like you're not gonna do well. I was playing mage, but broken. Nice. Thought it would do another. Okay, so we're just gonna do like 5 viscerals. I tried. I don't know if I can reach that from that range. It was an experiment. Maybe if I'm really close, it's doable. Yow! Is that a one-shot? That's a one-shot. Okay, okay. You finished Gothic Remake? Ultimate game was amazing. Do I wish we'd go to Magic Circle 6? Yeah, apparently Magic Circle 6 is only doable if you go with the old camp, which is kind of crazy. Because fuck the old camp. Old camp sucks. The Fire Mages are chill, but yeah, Gothic is a tremendous experience. And they made late game even a lot better in this remake. As late game is usually where Gothic becomes either like sold or too trivial. Warden Street said you're zesty. Zesty? With a capital Z? You play Elden Ring yet? I've done Elden Ring with Zero Deaths. You can watch that on my variety channel. There's a full run, like 2.5 hours, 3. Hey, Mr. Orphan. Okay, Azzapp. Problem. A little bit of a long stream today. We'll see. Representative of you possibly doing a no deaths in the future of Bloodborne? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be doing that. I don't think I'll be doing no death Bloodborne. Those challenge runs, they take a lot of time. They're super satisfying to pull off, but good combo. Good combo. He's so annoying. He's slender. Pom 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 pom. No hit run. Azzapp doesn't hit Orphan once. That's, I mean, I've done a no hit run. Nobody does it better. Good afternoon, Azzapp. How'd you manage to get a Riot interview? Bro, you think I'm gonna unveil my secrets? How I control Riot in shadows? That's gonna heal me to full. That attack is very good. Okay. I think that's punishable. Probably not parryable though. But I'm in this close range, you might give me a parryable attack. Yeah! Come on. Fuck! I'm alive. That would have been PB. That would have been our PB if I hit him there. Nice! PB! That's the best run so far. Let's see the phase 2. Okay. Oh, shit! I don't think he's parryable now, Chad. What the fuck just happened? Oh, no. Oh! Let's go! Well, we got a phase 2 though. You know, it took us like 30 minutes to get the phase 2 on Ludwig because he had so many attacks. Here, because of the parry's ability, we were able to get the phase 2 very quickly, I'd say. Because the moment you start reaching phase 2 is a beautiful moment in Souls games. You start mastering phase 1, and the progress becomes exponential. Because you get more and more access to the phase 2. You got way more familiar with the phase 1, so you get better and better at that. Which means you almost always get to phase 2. I mean, obviously later on, right? Not yet. It's parryable! The dash is parryable, apparently. I just need to have the high ground. Huh. It is parryable! I'm a pussy. I'm sorry, Chad, you had to see that. What? I had him. I should have parried that dash. Parrying the dash there would have got me to heal. Ooh, in 4 hours. In 4 hours is the right interview, guys. Okay, so I got plenty of time to beat this thing. It's fine. I almost got to the second phase already. Here's some interesting questions. Yeah, last night I went through 1,000 comments. Not even joking. Through about 1,000 comments of you guys to try and summon up the most interesting things. And no matter what, I mean, whatever questions I asked, I will fail you. Because there's too many people and there's too many questions, so... It's impossible to satisfy people, right? Like, there's just no way I can fulfill everybody's desires with this interview, because everybody wants something from Riot. Let's try it again. Oh my god, Stone Cold. Stone Cold Azzapp. I still don't know if that one is doable. Got more HP than I need. Yow! He ducked under. That one might be parryable, I'm not sure. Probably is. Now that I think about it. I need to have the high ground, I think. Never mind. Okay. Failed. Don't transform, don't transform. Okay. Okay, Green Goblin. What the fuck is that? Is that from the mom's corpse? Look at him. Look at the jaw movement. It's terrifying. Okay, that's the new PB. We got the phase 2 once more. Fuck. I don't like that phase 2. I don't even know if the phase 2 is parryable. Shit. As a person who works in the gaming industry myself, I'm interested in what they'll say about the matchmaking game balance. As they see it. Well, that's one of the main ideas. I want to see how they gauge the state of the game, how they feel about it. Well, yesterday was a Bloodborne finale question mark, because I don't know, I haven't beaten this game before, I don't know where's the ending. Today is Bloodborne finale, no question mark, so we're pretty confident today is the day. My bad. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, phase 1 is doable. I can get even better at it, but I feel like I got what it takes. Phase 2 is deeply suspicious. Dash, Green Goblin shit, it's got that like multi-jump that's a bit delayed. Glad I don't have soul stuck in the boss fight. Wait, am I running out of bullets? Am I only on 16 bullets now? I mean, parrying gives me bullets back. Okay, okay. We can do this, we can do this. Yeah, we're sitting on 19 bullets now. But I do have that rune that gives me bullets if I parry, so... So in theory, I still just have to have blood vials. Because I can start with 5 bullets with the blood vial. And then I can farm my own by parrying him. I mean, if I fail, I don't deserve them anyway, right? Fuck me. Ooh, good parry. But it did manage to touch me with the... What pistols using? The regular, the very basic pistol you get at the start of the game. I do have like repeating pistol. I think that one uses 2 bullets. It gonna be spicy today. Yes. They're gonna be spicy. I'm pretty sure this is pistol from the start of the game. Yeah, a hunting pistol. I got that timing down, I think. I didn't know he can do that. He's never done that before. After I go in, after like the spin 2, I hit, and I got instantly punished. That never happened before. Interesting. I don't know if the double attack is parryable. I'm slowly expanding my knowledge here. Okay. I'm not gonna try to punish now. What happens? Nothing. That one is parryable. That's knowledge. That's knowledge right there. I don't know if that one is parryable. My reasoning here was I wanted to press on before he does the phase transition. And if I parry him again, I can like roll over into the health bar of the second phase without entering the second phase. So I don't have, so I kind of cheese it and not have to learn it. That was pretty good. We're getting better. We're definitely getting better. We might need some blood vials at some point, but truth be told, we're not using many. Okay. I don't know if this guy falls into the category of kin. If this guy is kin, and then an upgrade would be very good. He loves that attack. What am I doing? Why didn't I parry that? I have the high ground! Go! supposed to jump or like follow me. Okay, here comes the dash. Come on, give me the dash. No? That's not cool! He refused to do punishable attacks. Yeah, I don't know what else he's got. I mean, everything is kind of punishable. I think in between everything, if you're good enough, you could probably do one attack, but... I'm trying to get the big bucks. Here comes a dash. No? I mean, after that one, maybe I try to never dodge after that. Like, he does the spin to I dash and hit, and then look to parry. I think that might be the play, because he almost always gives me a parryable attack in between those. It's just that I try to run away. I think that's what we're gonna do now. This is doable. This is doable. We got this. Also, he's just been giving me jump all the time recently. Am I doing something wrong? I'm doing the low ground on purpose. Spin 1, spin 2, hit. What the fuck, man? After spin 2, mid-hit, he hits me again. How? Like, it takes so much momentum to do that fucking spin. Like, how do you immediately counter the momentum and, like, fucking hit me? Makes no sense. It's so awkward. It's like, swipe, even slower swipe, and it's like, right after. It makes no sense. He would break his fucking arm if he did that shit. I wonder if the Blade of Mercy was better for this guy. Maybe he takes more damage from Arcane. Finally. It's been years, brother. Heal me up, heal me up. Heal me up, heal me up. Don't face transition. Fuck you! Wait, that doesn't do damage? Oh, hell yeah. Come on, I'll parry you. Come here. That was a nice attempt. Dare I say he's parryable in phase 2. Dare I say. I kind of felt it here. Sure, I missed the timing, but like, I kind of felt it was doable. I thought it might have been doable. And if we get like a cheese like in the vet nurse where he doesn't go phase 2, like, even better. I think I'll press on. Because I don't take damage from his explosion apparently, so I'm gonna fucking min-max my damage here. Dare I say we survived that? If you have 11 vigor? Shut up. Well, maybe I should have started the fight with a bit more vigor though. With that extra 10%. Just to see if I can survive. A parry. Yeah, like you gotta get in. You gotta get in. You gotta get dirty with it. He's continuously gonna give you very annoying, unpunishable attacks unless you're in. But if you're in, you're kind of in. You might just die. So we're gonna have to play this fast and loose. We're gonna have to play risky. No. Okay, saved. He feels like a character that might take extra damage from Arcane. Or he might be immune to Arcane. One of those two. I don't know why the Visceral does same amount of damage on this weapon and my... on this and Blade of Mercy. Is that because of S scaling? Nice. I never got to move. I literally never got to move. He stun-looked me. That felt like I was getting pummeled by the clockwork from Dota, just like fucking proccing the stun. I will, Niller. I will. We'll come back with a tier 3. I have, and I will. Many more times. Do we have anything? Not really. We got fuck all. The blade just has worse damage right now because of different upgrades. 160, 360, 120, 240. But I'm gonna try it all the same. Just to see if it has better visceral. Because if this does like 2.5k, then I'm gonna reroute it to the... I parried him. See, that did 2.5k. Why? Why is my dagger doing 2.5 but that doing 2.7? I don't understand this. What the fuck is the math? I thought I upgraded my weapon to be like phenomenal. It does 500 damage. This dagger doesn't even have 400. That would mean I would have to change this. And if he's kin, I could try out that thing. So what we're gonna do here... We're gonna shuffle our best upgrades. What do we got? 18, 18, and then 20. The 18. I'm not even gonna attempt the poison. It's just I can't be fucked to attempt poison. Wait, what is this? Physical attack up 12%, add 6.9. Nah, the 18% is just better. So is the triangle is this one. Attack versus skin 26.7%. I don't care about beast. He's certainly not a beast. He's most certainly not a beast. Now, Blade of Mercy says it does less damage, but if he's skin, it's gonna do more. And this is a perfect way to test out whether he is. Yeah, we're gonna run the visceral attack setup, I think. Boom, 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 boom. We'll know soon enough. We will know soon enough. Because if it does extra like 26.7% on again, that's gonna be a major thing. Because that should go beyond the attack, right? I'm pretty sure that that modifier applies at the very end. For example, if you have attack scaling, it ups your attack scaling, and then attack scaling instructs the visceral damage. But if you have the modifier, I think it would be like attack scaling instructs the visceral, and then the visceral gets multiplied by 25%, right? Why would they give me the kin triangle down there if he's not the kin? It does look like the kin. We'll see. I'm hoping we get 3k on a visceral. That damage is pathetic. That damage is fucked. I did nothing. I did absolutely no damage. I still gotta try out the visceral, but he might be not a kin. He might not be a kin. Why the fuck would they give me the triangle? It's late game. Why would they give me the triangle for a kin when he's not a kin? I think this blade just does a lot of visceral damage, but the auto attack sucks. I think that might be the difference. He might be immune to arcane, but the S scaling does a lot of damage on the visceral. That may be the play. A little trolling from the game developer. Please? 3k. 2.5! Yeah, that doesn't work, by the way. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. He's not kin. He is not kin. He is not kin. He is not kin. I'm just losing damage, basically. I'm literally just having a dud. It does nothing. Taking another 18% would be insane. With the 18%... There's also argument to be made about doing the 15% instead of 18% because 15% goes into arcane, although I have no arcane scaling. But maybe he's good against arcane. Okay, let's kill the triangle. Yeah, doing the 19.8, that's the play. So now this has 460 damage. Versus Rakuyo, which gets to like 500 in total. So it should do less damage. But the visceral, like adding 20% on my visceral should be fucking insane, right? Because it's already doing 250. That means it should do 3k. If that's how it's calculated. I fear not. I don't think it's gonna do 3k. I wish it did, I doubt it. Yeah, I think the devs just trolled me by putting the Ken thing. They should do more damage than the Ken. But if he was, that would be like... That would be such a smart thing to do. I don't know why he's not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is. Maybe the dagger just suck. Yeah, 280. I'm doing way more damage. I'm doing way more damage. Please be 3k. 2.8. Slightly better, I think. I think we upped it by like 50 damage or so. What if I dash away? If I'm doing nothing, I kind of did it twice, unfortunately, so I didn't parry in time. If I dash away, he might follow me with a dash to kind of trick me. But if you can use that to trick him, because we know for a fact that they're input reading. Ludwig did input reading. He was literally using my inputs. What if we feed him false info on the inputs though, you know? What if we give him a fake poker tell and then bait his ass? Kernel level input reading. Oh look, I'm dashing away. Hey, didn't give me that attack. Oh look, I'm dashing away. I think I have to be maybe at some certain distance. Look, I'm dashing away. Nah, this doesn't work. I thought we had something. Look, I'm dashing away. Fuck. We kind of did it there, but I don't know if that's because of the input. Nice. Why does he heal me to full, by the way? Why does that heal me to full and give me bullets to full? I don't understand. If I could carry him there, that's the play. That's what I need to do. I feel like my rune is bugged, by the way. My rune is supposed to give me 2 bullets and 200 HP. But when I parry him, I get like 8 bullets and full HP. Why is that happening? Is there like a fucking reason, or did they just hard code it to make a boss more palatable? There has to be some lore reason. Very weird. Approach him, but not too close so he doesn't jump. If you're standing far away, he's gonna dash. No. First attack has to be dash or jump. What is he doing? Standing jump, no? What? Shit makes no sense. See, I'm gonna get like full HP here. Okay. Contain the distance. What's he doing? I don't know what input I gotta do. I can't get him to do the thing. I can't get him to do the thing. Damn. Well, the dagger does pretty good damage. I think the scaling is making the difference here with the visceral, because I have like 75 skill. I wish I could improve the visceral more. Like if I had more runes or more ideas. There's nothing in the... There's like charge attack versus open foes, you know. There's many of those, but none of them like... None of those like damp gems increase your visceral. Why is he doing this now? Where's the fucking dash? Not good. Not good, fellers. Not good. Bum ba da bum 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 bum. I love his arm, just a shrimp with cancer. Shrimp is that? I don't know. I kind of tried. I can't really, I can't manipulate him. I'm stupid. He always does the dash after that. No, that's not... You didn't understand the fucking question. You didn't understand the question. I'm trying to think, why am I getting healed full HP? I know for a fact I'm using the rune because I put the rune there. I put the rune to heal me because I want to be healed. But even though my HP is very low, i.e. 600, 570, it should heal only 200. See that? Visceral attack restore plus 200 and grant 2 bullets. But when I parry him, I get more bullets and more HP. I think 4x, if I'm remembering correctly the bullet count. Because there may have been a sequence or event from 11 to 19. Now, why would that be happening? I don't understand. Does that imply that there's like 4 people within him? 4 enemies in one? He doesn't do the dash after that? Fuck! Can we get more healing when you max bullets? No. I don't think that's true. I'm not sure. Weird. Why is this 4xing? It could be that they were just like, yeah, this boss is difficult. But that would mean that there's a chance that, like, I don't think that's happening based on the damage that I'm doing. But my visceral could be 4xing. Because I have another rune that increases my visceral by 10%. If that one works like to 40%, that would be fucking insane, you know? You got out of the flow state? Nah, I'm just not fighting him to win. Right now, I'm just trying to figure more out. Trying to make... Trying to make the fight better for future. See, I don't know what I'm doing with this attack. Absolutely nothing. But I figured out that the long slam is punishable. What? This one is punishable. We know that much. But he never gives that one. That one is like a combination. He never gives it on his own. I don't know. I be struggling. I really thought there's a way to manipulate him. I caught a glimpse there for a moment, but... Why was that not a parry? Why was that not a parry? See, now I'm gonna get full HP and full bullets. And I'm not supposed to. I'm not supposed to get full HP and full bullets there. That one is parryable. The long one, but the first one. We don't know about the second one. I didn't want him phase 2. I didn't want him phase 2. It's a known bug. You get 4x heal bullets when you visceral him in first phase. In first phase. Ah, that's interesting. So it is a known bug. I'm not crazy, chat. I'm not crazy. I noticed it. So this game came out like 13 years ago. They're like, this is a known bug. Fuck it. It's difficult as it is. Enjoy. That's kind of respectable. So the long one is parryable. We just gotta be dead cold, you know? What just happened? Bro shot like over there. Like, bro. Brother, he's in front of you. Don't know if I have time to like hit after that. Honestly, if I could get him in a corner, that would probably be best case. I'm glad I'm like sitting on 20 bullets. I'm never falling below. I don't have to buy bullets at all. Why is he not the kin? Why is he not the kin? Can't you be the kin? It's all the upgrades we got. This is as strong as we get, fellas. Do I have time to hit here? That attack is so weird. I feel like this one is also parryable, but like he screams, raises, and slams immediately, but like the way he juggles the camera, he goes like really quickly up and down, so he dodges the bullet. LRI 0. I might have to go like full American on him. I might have to shoot a little bit more rapidly, you know? Not be concerned with being wasteful. I think they go in there and just melee duke it out after the first one, you know? The camera was fucking with me. I'm telling you, like 80% of my deaths are due to camera. The camera, like, as he jumped, I see you like rush, the camera went up, so he hid behind my character. And then by the time the camera like caught that he's like ducking, I was too late. This is Blade of Mercy. Boom, boom, boom. What if I take one of these? Well, so much for the pellet. That one is parryable. Do we do more with the beast blood pellet? No. Well, I mean, like 50 more. We did like 50 damage more. This shit is not worth it. This shit is not worth it. Like, legit 50 more damage. Bum, 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 bum. So that's not relevant. Can't use any of these things. Wait a second. Of course I can. If I use the different weapon, I can actually upgrade it. I can't. The only reason I can't upgrade this weapon is because it's already like coded. It's already coded with arcane. That's why the other weapon would be better than this one. What do you mean? What? Did I bug him? Ah! Wait, so if I swap to the other weapon... I can put like lightning and fire on it. I think it might be fire vulnerable. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. We got a plan. We got a plan. I'm a man with a plan. Cause I got some lightnings to use. That one goes on the triangle, right? Wait a second. I can do 2 of these. Man, this fucks up my stamina even more. 2.6, 2.7, but it does a little bit more damage. I've increased the damage by 1%. Which might play the part in this fight. Where am I jumping? So now I gotta go in, hit the bolt paper, and see the damage. Is that the Master Visceral? Like 4x the regular? Is that how it works? Well, let's try the bolt paper and see how the damage is. Oh, that's cool. I hate that timing. Like, the timing is right. You could parry him, but the timing isn't right because he ducks under your bullet. Can I free aim instead of this bullshit? Well, we're on 4 bolt papers. Do I have fire paper? Fuck, we don't. When did I use all the fire paper? I'm pretty sure we can buy those, though. If it increases damage by like 200, that's pretty fucking insane. Let's test out the damage. Come on. 3.2k. Okay, the bolt paper works. The bolt paper works. Greed. I'm trying to corner his ass. I'm not gonna let him go from here. I'm trying to get the good sequence. I tried to parry there, but I don't think I did it in time. He does like a really quick right hand. I don't know. We don't have the baseline now on the Parakuya. We don't know the baseline on this. Don't know exactly the bolt paper upgrade. He might be doing like 2.8 by his own. Or 2.9. So maybe it's more like plus 300 something. But even that is like major upgrade, because it's all about the visceral. Oops. Can this camera like fuck off? Bro shot 2 shots like what the fuck is he doing? He's like a cartoon character. Like, pew, 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 pew. I'm gonna get that bunny. Like, fucking Yosemite Sam over here. Just shoot straight. I think we've learned a lesson in being too close here. So I think for the future, we want to space out. I think spacing is key. I do think spacing is key in order to maximize the chance to parry. Now that I'm trying to think about it, if I'm too far away from the dash, I might miss. But if I'm too close from the swing, I might miss. This is the spacing. This is the spacing, right? Wait, why is it 2.8 now? I thought it might dash. Come on, dash. This is the spacing, please. I mean, the high ground fucked me. Why did I do less damage now? I don't understand this damage. He missed. He missed. I know that this is the 4th attack. That is the 4th attack. Should I try to parry 3rd? Why do you do 2.8 now? I don't understand. Nothing makes sense. This game is stupid. It did 3.2 and 2.8. Like, hello? Why is the game inconsistent? Nothing changed in between the runs. If the camera doesn't fuck me over, I think we can do some serious work. And I really want to get him on phase 1. I was too close, I think. I think I was too close and my guy didn't parry. Even though I was like, the timing was perfect. His timing was perfect, but it didn't work. The lion doesn't bother himself with aiming. Nah, the rushdown strategy is flawed due to spacing and camera. Camera is a big problem in this game. A very good reason why I deal less damage? No, there isn't. I mean, there's like enemies when they're open. Open foes take more damage, but you cannot be open to a visceral attack. Like, you're by the very definition open. Now I did the same without the lightning. Bad. It added the light attack from Visceral. Why? Why would it do that? That wasn't the first time we were like hitting and then going to Visceral. So this guy's kind of immune to bolt paper? It does fuck all. There's just no difference. The new From Software release on Nintendo, will you get Nintendo and play it? Nah, I have Switch 1, but I'm not gonna get Switch 2. My bad. Okay, this is a bit of a problem, Well, we just gotta... Maybe I'll just play it to lock in and get him to phase 2, fuck it. Shouldn't be too afraid of the phase 2, we can play this smart. Let's play this like we mean it. Because I would prefer to force like 2 more parries in this phase than to learn the second phase, but it seems very difficult. He's very parryable, but only like I can't parry him in like pressure situation. Why? Why was that not a parry? I don't understand. I don't understand. Even the only like move that's 100% consistent, even that is not consistent. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe even jump is parryable? If the camera timing could be good. It wouldn't make sense that it's not parryable because everything else is, kinda. It's just that the character misses every time. Character seems very weirdly designed, and he's getting a lot of artificial difficulty out of the camera and the inconsistency of the moves. I don't know what happened to my parry. Literally have no... What do you mean? I'm losing my shit. I'm losing my shit, man. I'm losing my shit, chat. It doesn't work. Yeah, none of the mod... I think there's like some sort of soft cap or hard cap in the game where none of the modifiers really help me out anymore. Adding lightning, adding beast blood, beast pellets. Like, none of that shit works anymore. I feel like none of these things like upgrade me. I'm not even gonna hit him after. I need to be closer to parry that one. Ah! I don't want to be too close, because then the dash... Because then he ducks under the fucking thing! Guys, don't worry about it. We got this. I got too much health. That's what happens when you have too much health. Fuck. This is why we don't level up HP. It makes the game too easy. Makes the game way too easy. Might dash? No. Could have parried, I think. It's inconsistent as fuck. I hate this fucking game! Dash, please. What? That was perfect! Oh no. How did I survive this last time? I don't remember. It's like this direction, this, right? It's like an X. Remove that extra 1 point vigor? True, it's broken. That fight was kind of alright. I gotta parry him in the second phase twice, which is kind of crazy, because I don't know if I can parry him at all, or if I can hit him at all. Second phase is a little bit crazy. I hate this game. Proceeds to add another 1,000 gives it. Well, that's rookie numbers, brother. I hate League and put tens of thousands of hours. The amount of viscerals I missed there. Okay, get him. He gets it. I wanted to get him before he transforms. What is this, man? What is this? That was really good. That was really good. I wanted to press on so he doesn't transform, but I failed. Camera is fucked for every attack, not just the jump one. His moves are just too rapid. going to the shore. There's a lot of problems with this guy. He's very, very inconsistent. It's killing me. I'm trying to get him into like a very good sequence where I do a lot of damage, but I really try to explore the idea of baiting a specific pattern. It's just too complicated, too unpredictable. He does read inputs, I think, but not in like a very obvious way. He's not baitable. He's not winnable. Why did the game lie to me there? Oh, you see that shit? Okay, of course. Of course, it didn't work. I didn't know that was the attack that's coming. He's so cool, man, when he goes, Whew. Terrifying character. What if I parry and drink a vial? I really don't have waste vials, but what if I try to pull the Gwyn? Like parry, visceral, drink, and then hopefully it baits the same attack. There's no way. Come on. I'm losing my mind. I think this is, well, not vet nurse all over again. He's definitely more difficult than vet nurse in phase 1. Because vet nurse wasn't parryable, but it was way more dodgeable. But if it was just phase 1, I could kill him like on twice this health bar. Basically. Just gotta play it slow enough. What? How? I thought it was a good way to dash, like top left on a jump. I thought it was a consistent variant. I wish I had the fire paper. We kill like the lightning beast so we can buy lightning paper, but I can't buy fire paper. He seems fairly immune to lightning. Did he just give me the same attack? If I move right? Oh. He's faster than the fucking computer can like hone in on him. He dashed so quickly that my camera twisted sideways. I was playing like the first second-person game in the history of video games. Like, fuck first person and third person. I was playing in second person. I wasn't even behind my character. I don't know where the fuck I was. Man. I can't even parry that shit. He's too fast. He's so fast. I'm gonna try that again, where I do the parry into move right. Same spacing, move right. Okay, parry, move right. They give me a different attack though. Parry, target, move right. He ducked under, but such is life. Oh, now we're on even ground. This is very annoying. I need to equalize the ground. He ducks under. He just ducks under. He doesn't care. Move right. I hate this game. I hate this game. I parried him there. I parried him, but he didn't parry. Oh, it's so annoying. Shit. Good time to react after a Riot interview? Yeah, we'll do that. Or if I beat the game before. It's now looking less and less likely. Why is this thing so difficult, chat? Parry, hit, target, move right, wait. Parry. Hit. Target. Move right. Parry. Parry. Don't parry. C5 here. Dumb cunt. Move right. Move right. Kind of feels like it gives me a good pattern. Okay. Like a job. I feel like he's immune to lightning. Like his mom shoots lightning out mid-fight there. But I don't have fire paper. Move right. Move right. I think my timing was off. I still wonder if that is parryable, but... I didn't have time to parry it. There would have been a trade, I think. The move right strategy has some merit to it, but I don't know. I can't get it like perfectly. Let me see if I can buy something. Let me see if we can buy fire paper. Test without. I don't think I can buy fire paper for some reason. Yeah, I can buy bolt paper only. Why? Why can I only buy bolt paper? Sure makes no sense. Guess I didn't find like what I needed to find to give me the fire paper. I think I'm running out of vials. I'm pretty sure I'm running out of vials now. Which means this is like the last real attempt. come on, man. Move right. Wow, I thought it was gonna go over him. Move right. Had him. The move right worked. But sometimes it does the one where he ducks. This one requires an earlier, the other one requires a later. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. We're gonna run out of resources, which means we'd have to farm. If we don't make it, we might have to do Bloodborne after I come back. Oh shit, why it's got sometimes parries? Because the bullet misses based on like which position he's in. The aiming of the gun is very awkward. His movements are so quick that the aiming is completely fucked. Well, we're out of bullets, we're out of heals, we're out of resources, we got nothing. We got nothing here. And these buffs, they don't seem to do shit. Right? Good timing. Let's see if we can do it. Move right. No. Don't transform. Fuck. That one was parryable, I think. That one is so awkward. Well... Not good, not good. We are completely out of everything, fellas. No heals, no resources. Everything one-shots me anyway, though. Oh, I can get the second phase. First phase is doable even without... First one is doable even with just dodging. You don't need to parry it. You can do it literally just dodging. This attack is really rough. Oh man, we're just completely out of resources. Farm up. Think I'm farming up? I got like 8 good attempts over here. We ain't farming up. That's a lie. That is a fucking lie, straight up. That is a lie. That is a fucking lie. This board should be a breeze to your playstyle. It is a breeze if the game functions as it should, but the elevation is quick movements paired up with a very dodgy camera means for very inconsistent experience when you get one shot for a mistake, which means you gotta go home. But there's a lot of problems here which are not really, they don't pertain to the difficulty of the game. I thought I was clever. I thought I was clever there. Don't transform, don't transform. Fuck you! Okay, brother. Go! Go! Yes! Yeah, 0 heals! 0 fucking heals! Let's go! I was drinking! I was chugging and there was nothing inside. Oh yes. Oh yes. That was a good fight. Cost Parasite. Damn, that was sick. What a fight. What a good fight. Oh shit, where is it? There's the Parasite. Parasite. God damn, what a clean fight there. I had no stamina at all. Completely empty. Am I stupid? I can't find it. Baymark, thank you for the gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's fucking go. I might be just blind. Is it a weapon? Oh shit. It does arcane. Yeah, maybe I am stupid. I have 0 heals! I have 0 heals, chat. I have 0 heals. Fucking hell. I'm not even gonna... Yeah, I'm not even gonna go level up. I'm not even gonna level up. Let me see what's happening with the squid now. Oh, that's crazy. I'm not touching shit after that boss, by the way. Hello? Nightmare slain again. That happened when we did kill the vet nurse.
Ah, sweet child of course.
What a clean ass fight, though. Sweet child of course.
Bottomless curse, the bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
Mm-hmm. We've gained insight. I think I'm gonna fall into water. How far can they let me run? Oh, that's how far. That's how far. Eesh. Could I fought him here? Can I become a squid? Enjoyed my brethren. I can replace this guy's purpose. But that was cause. Alright, let's return. I think we've done everything there's to do here. If you can, please ink on me. Ink on me.
Gammon awaits you. And go on, good.
Okay.
Good hunter. I sense thee.
Okay.
Farewell,
So we gotta find Gearman. Foot of the great tree. Oh, is that gonna be the gate that I never could open? Ooh. There was a... Oh, it's open. It's open, fellas. Very Sekiro-ish. There's Gearman up there. I mean, what is he gonna do? He's gonna get up from the wheelchair and like fucking hit me with the wheelchair? Like that custom Yasuo skin.
Good hunter. You've done well.
Yes! I've done really well.
Near its end. Now. I will
Oh,
show you
no.
mercy.
Because if you go through...
You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning
Oh,
sun.
he's giving me a red pill?
You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream.
Submit your life. So you can submit your life, he gives you like the red pill, wakes you up, and then like... what if you don't want to do that? I don't want to submit my life to this guy. LaPlus the end, yo, thank you so much, appreciate 33. Good to see you, man. Glad you're enjoying the Bloodborne. Eesh. I think I'm gonna refuse. I mean, this is I don't know. I don't really have a good reason to stay in cases. Like, I just don't trust him, really. I mean, we did slay some nightmares, but... I just want to refuse. I legit just want to refuse. Oh, shit.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream?
Ah, okay. I mean, it makes sense.
It doesn't matter.
It makes sense if that was the... If Vet Nurse was like the boss before. There's no way that would have been the end boss.
It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes.
Oh, he's got a sight. And a pistol.
Tonight, Gammon.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, if I die, I'm submitting my life anyway, so hey. I didn't die. That's good. He's quick as hell, though. Okay, decent damage. Might be more weak to lightning. No! Okay, I think he's weak to lightning. The amount of times I've done that shit and didn't get the parry. Fucking hell. He's got a cool ass weapon. Making the wheelchair guy one of the fastest bosses? Classic. Yeah. It's like a classic subvert the expectation. You know, it's like an old man is like, oh, he is like Ishin, the greatest fighter warrior in the fucking universe. And he's got a Gatling gun for some reason. Okay, Gearman, let's go. Okay. 2.8k. I don't like when he has this fucking... We shot each other. Okay, now he just shot me. Nice! We can get it. No, 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 no. I'm dead. Oh, wait a second. You're kind of chill, Gearman. I think that attack is parryable, but gotta bait it out. But I also gotta heal. Fuck. What's he doing? What was he doing? Oh shit, did I ruin it? What was he doing? Old Hunter badge. Is he gonna transform? What the fuck? The blood moon and like a terrifying cosmic entity just descending. What the fuck? Was that supposed to happen? Oh shit! Am I in the wheelchair now? Ah, those are my gloves. Yep. That's my dude. That's my dude. Look at that dead face. Oh shit.
And so, the hunt begins again.
So now, I've slain the nightmare. I've killed him. Refused him submitting him. And now I'm honoring Vicious. So now I've become like the guy that leads others to the hunt. I've taken his place. Isn't that like the noble thing to do? If I let him take my life, I wake up, I'm done. But like I've done my first part, maybe I should do the second part and then somebody else will release me. You know? Otherwise, like he just gets stuck there. Gehrman is just... Because Gehrman is the first hunter. So he just gets stuck there? Is that it? One of 4 endings. Damn. So we didn't beat it. It is finale Bloodborne today. Sheesh. There's 3. Okay. Chat are spreading misinformation. Man, this is loud. Incredible game. Incredible game. Absolutely. Really, really fun. Fights are phenomenal. Once you get off in the early... I think the blood vial system works. It kind of works. It's just that the early game is very punishing. Once you get rolling, it's there, you know? I just love the cosmic entity. It's like a random squid cosmos being that births an orphan. And he's like the strongest thing in the universe. When he's just like reborn or whatever the fuck. It's insane. And then like you have like this thing descending upon you from the moon. Like, come on. It's so sick. Grant us eyes. That's just incredible. Very, very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. Oh, shit. Very cool, very cool. Oh, Ludwig the Holy Blade. He was one of the toughest bosses in the game. But I think the Cos guy might be a little bit harder. I think it took me the longest. Crazy stuff. Really, really insane. I love it. Absolutely love it. Well, Bloodborne, very, very cool. I'm so glad we got to experience this. It's nice to take a break from League every now and again and experience something like this. And it's all thanks to you, because we had a mega subathon. We got a really, really good subathon.
All signed and sealed.
All signed and sealed.
Now, let's begin the transfusion.
Is this just like the
Oh, don't you worry.
starting of the new one?
Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Well, it kind of was a bad dream. So what is it, like Muppet Monsters from PlayStation? Like you... Huh. Everything is just a dream? You go into like this hospital, they're trying to fix you, and then you just dream. There it is. Beast born of the blood. You're going to level up vigor this play, bro. I'm not doing a second playthrough. I don't have time. I was literally just saying, like, it's beautiful that we have the chance to spend like over 30 hours of broadcast on doing something like Bloodborne. That is incredible. Like, and it was thanks to like the mega support we got during the subathon, all the crazy subs we got in the previous 6 days or so, that allowed us to do this. That allowed us to do this run. I'd love to run more playthroughs and stuff. It's just too much, you know? So yeah, we're starting with the bold paper and everything. 128k souls. And a full weapon. Now we're just broken. Absolutely broken. Incredible. Good game, good game. The last boss was a little bit easy because he's a human, but yeah, after that thing. It's cool that the final bosses weren't like the beasts. Although that thing that came from the moon, I have a feeling there's a way to fight that. Incredible. Incredible. Quest is almost unanimously agreed upon to be the hardest boss in the game. Well, like, from what I've seen, yeah, I would say. Probably just over Ludwig. The problem with Ludwig is you can't parry him, at least not that I think. So you have to play like that play style. But he's kind of staggerable though. That was awesome, and it leaves us with another 2 hours to prepare for the Riot thing. We're gonna go on League of Legends category and I'll chat a little bit, see what's going on. I think they DM me on Discord. I need to shut off the PlayStation, and I need to go back to my native setup, by the way. I gotta rehook the headset, I gotta change everything around. So I'm gonna change everything around and set up. Okay. That was incredible. That was awesome. Let's kill the Elgato thing. Shut off the Elgato. No signal. Nice. Good. Good. I have no doubt I've missed some stuff here and there, but it's cool. We've had a very good experience there. Okay, now I gotta hook up the monitors and everything. Give me a second. Okay, the monitor is back. I got the monitor back. Now I gotta set up the headset and everything. Bro, bless the Razer for giving me all of this extra gear so I can set this shit up. I never knew how useful this is gonna be. It's unbelievable. Almost committed cleric beast. I would never FF. You know me, fellas. You know me. Is that good? Okay, let's see. See if any audio goes through. You guys are getting audio. I'm not. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Why do I not have audio? Output device, voice meter input. That's how it should be. Oh wait. You guys are hearing music, right? Hello, hello. What the? Yo! Why can't I hear the music? Why can't I hear the music? Okay, something's off. Voice meter. Oh, is it because of that? Black shark. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I'm online. I'm online. Let's fucking go. Okay, let me take away the PlayStation. PlayStation. Well, that was a great experience. That was a wonderful, wonderful experience. How's everybody doing? Okay, there's the mouse. It works. The mouse doesn't work. Okay, mouse works. Friends pending Chrissy. Bum bum. What else are you using? Because mine are broken. These are Razer Black Shark V3 Pro. Esports green color. One of the best headsets I've ever used. Okay, so we got 2 hours until the interview, I believe. I've added everybody. Bum 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 bum. Can cancel alerts audio in VOD if enabled? Are they enabled though? I don't think they should be enabled. No, monitoring device is AUX input. It should be fine. Do you need practice for the interview? Here, let's roleplay. Hello, Mr. Zapp. I'm Drew Levin. You are banned. Thank you. I actually might be getting banned. Brenzalor sent me my very first hit piece, by the way. Apparently there's like a major rager hate post on me. Yesterday as well, somebody mentioned that when I was playing Bloodborne. I think it was Banned the Kid on the YouTube. So yeah, I logged in on Twitter and also... Hang on, display right. Oh, Sabaton. Azzapp with 1P exposed on Reddit. TLDR Azzapp is currently biased when talking about league balance. Mostly just change the benefit of his own playstyle and what? I don't think I would. What? Okay. Only benefits me and my playstyle. As if I didn't change my playstyle a billion times to fit in with the game. Okay, let's see. I guess we'll give it a read. That's quite a lot of likes and comments. Holy fuck the amount of comments. Holy shit. What is going on? Azzapp with 1P is the most disgustingly biased person I've ever seen listen talk about the game. I hope we're going to get some very good examples of this. Because it's always like a biased would imply that in the face of in the face of overwhelming evidence or lack of logic in the statement, you would still go with something else because you're prone to it, because it benefits you. I'm trying to think, like, I feel like most of my positions are very well founded, and when they're not, I usually, like, don't really give them strong opinions. I feel like I'm approaching things very mildly. But let's see. Hi, oh, what the fuck? I'm not here to attempt to undermine Azzapp's reputation as a league player. His achievements cannot be questioned as much as his position as a top-tier player. Okay. I'm here to talk about the excellent league player who believes himself to be a game designer, which he's not in the most absolute way. Every time Azzapp with 1P says a word about the state of the game or balance in general, I feel like vomiting. I mean, can we get examples? That's very, very, very personal, very subjective sort of deal. I mean, like, there's somebody for everybody. My content is not for everybody, and I do recognize that. Much like a lot of other contents, like, you can't have, like, similar overlap between somebody who watches, like, Dante's, or somebody who watches Tyler 1, or somebody who watches Dan Alois, and then somebody who watches me. There's obviously, like, difference in audience and the types of content, so I think that's perfectly fine. This could have been stated nicely. You just, like, I don't like when he speaks. That's legitimate. That's fine. You can dislike. I don't like. Yeah, I recognized years ago that if you try to give your opinion online, it's gonna come as a boomerang no matter what. Now, you can even do the most very basic things online. You can say, I'm against poverty. I don't like when children get killed and shot. I don't like genocide. I don't like when people starve. You can say shit like that, and you're gonna have people online who are gonna fight you. Like, I kid you not. And that's a lesson you gotta learn. And obviously, you want to re-examine what you believe and who you are, but there's only so much value you should give to opinions of people you don't know, right? The idea is that his mind gives birth to be able to make League go bankrupt in a year. I don't think anything can make League go bankrupt in a year. If you did, like, the worst possible changes, the game would last, like, probably 3 to 5 years at least. Every single thing he says is biased towards the class of champion he appreciates playing. Every single thing he proposed the benefits plays all. This is a really weird thing to say, by the way, because I don't know if people. This is like I don't know if people really think this argument in the opposite way. Or maybe I do appreciate certain things, and maybe I'm drawn to certain types of playstyle because I value those things in like slightly better in hierarchy of design. Like, I value a bit of a slower game. I value a bit more macro tactical experience. That's just a personal preference. You can argue with that all you want. You can say maybe it's better to have like more dashy, Yasuo, Yone type of stuff all the time. And maybe it is. Maybe it is for the health of the game and for the median player. I prefer when League was a bit slower and more chess-like, and that's just my personal preference. I am dipped in bias. I'm dripping in bias because it has to come from some person. I cannot summon up an objective reality to you because there is none. We are experiencing League of Legends, which is a medium and art form. We're all experiencing it through our own bias lens. So something has to stem from your own convictions and your own like personality. Azzapp is not a game designer. This is so pointless. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, if you go to university and you study that and you did game design and you made like your own personal projects and you're working on cyber, like all of that is meaningless whether somebody wants to give an opinion or not at the end of the day. Like, the only thing they should be judged on is the merit of the opinion itself. So this argument of authority is just stupid, because then you shouldn't write this, and nobody should write this. Rioters would be the only one who could comment, and then you just shut the fuck up. This is just a moronic, like, and nothing burger of a comment. He's an extremely arrogant person. Well, I don't really know. I would like to think myself not being an arrogant. I like to give an opinion and chance to people. I would, again, this is something that I would love to see an example. Only looks like his own good. Over time, speeches have come out as much, such as Kane should give more gold to death than other champions. Because, oh, this is on the regarding... See, this is like misunderstood. Oh my god, that is loud. Fuck, that is loud. Sheesh, Buffalo, thank you so much for a gifted sub. Thank you, buddy. See, this is... I remember distinctly that this is a comment from either a short or a video. We were talking about the game balance, and we were talking about specifically about how it's impossible to balance perfectly bounties. Bounties are impossible to balance perfectly because of the champion impact and which champions are more killable than others. And I was bringing up points that if you're playing like something very mobile, let's say you get 10-0 on a Jhin and you're the only guy who's fed. You're worth 1,000, but enemy Irelia is like 4-0 and Irelia is worth another 600. But Irelia can just, if she reaches, you just feed their strongest character and the game is over. There's differences in how easy it is to take one's shutdown, thus proving that these are like hard-coded solutions. Bounties are a bit of a hard-coded solutions to kind of artificially make the game closer, which is not an elegant solution, but it's probably the best we got after. Also, I think I'm 90% certain this take that I made was prior to the changes on optimizations of the bounties. That's something people forget. People forget these things happened. Bounties were very unstable, thus the entire Bao's playstyle in the top lane. And then bounties eventually got reworked, and they started factoring much more and many more variables into it so they can figure out to be more balanced. So yeah. Or again, mage bots are a symptom of the fact that mages have been kicked out of mid lane. That's not the only reason, but it's like a very big reason as to why they're there. Like, is that not true in solo queue? As if competitive was not completely dominated by mages. Competitive is always going to skew towards mages. Champions like Xerath, Victor, and Syndra are not top tier mid lanes. Were not top tier in solo queue. Syndra only after the buffs. I don't think Victor is ever top. Well, I don't know. I played only Master and above this year. It's really hard for me to see the big picture of the rest of the game. I think these champs aren't very high impact and aren't destructive to solo queue experience. They could be annoying to lane. Like if you have a losing matchup into Victor, let's say you pick something like very short range, like you have Lissandra. It's a tactical champ, but Victor is more lane character, so you're gonna get bullied. You gotta minimize your losses and play for the rest of the game. That's just natural. I don't really know what is this trying to say. I really don't know the breakdown here. What elos this person plays, what elos does he think Zereth and Victor are ruining, for example. So I'm not sure. And Syndra is... I don't like meta where Syndra is broken. I think Syndra just recently got buffed, and that's why she stopped here. Before that, she wasn't used at all, almost. Am I crazy? I don't remember seeing Syndra at all during that. Yeah, the AP item... Yeah, the bot lane 6th item is not... Like, the bot lane role quest, it helps AD carries alike. It helps mages, but also helps AD carries. You really gotta think about these things. Mages benefit better on the 1st and 2nd item spike. AD carries benefit better on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th. Because that's when they scale. Mage with +1 item is whatever, but an AD carry with +1 item is absurd because they just have a better curve scaling towards late game. And naturally, AD carries start getting defensive items later on. This is a plot opinion, but I don't know. Okay, let's see what else does he say. So far, very weak source. I don't know why does this have a lot of likes. The AP system, the AP item system is fucked. We're at a point in the game where a mage can throw one-shot combo like an assassin not having a mana pool from a distance. This is a first interesting point that he brought up. Coincidentally, something we talked about all the time as well. Mana as a lever, and like, I was writing shit down. For the interview, and this is going to be one of the questions that I want to ask Rioters precisely, because they're trying to make the game frictionless for people to play, both as an AD assassins. AD assassins have turned into more caster, where it's more like haste damage instead of assassination, and mages were turned into more like less mana usage, less RUD, less tier stacking, less control, less Anivia in the mid lane, into more, you just don't use mana so you can build more damage. And just build more damage there. And now this person might think like, shit, like LeBlanc is a mage, because LeBlanc cannot even Aurora, and they don't even necessarily have to buy a mana item because they don't have mana cost. And it's a legitimate concern. This is actually a good point. This is something we talk about all the time. Given that the removal of friction over time, League of Legends has become... it lost the lever in mana for balancing. So now they don't really utilize balancing, mana for balancing. They don't increase mana cost heavily. Back in the day, you had heavy AD characters, which have very powerful and strong abilities, but they had superb mana cost, like really high mana cost. Like, think of the classic Sion. He's going to come in, and he can go AP, and he's going to one-shot you, but it's going to be so costly for mana, so you would have to build a lot of mana first in order to be relevant and lean on that playstyle. And Riot Games have moved away from that playstyle, like GP getting a bunch of mana early, potions, what was it, kleptomancy, whatever, and he's like shooting you and spamming mana to poke you. The mana pots are gone, all of that. They removed that lever entirely. Now you can debate whether that's correct or not, and how to play this. But I'll tell you one thing, this is a very, very difficult to balance, and this is, well, you might, again, if you dislike me, if you're prone to disliking me, you might just say, like, oh, he's biased towards mages, but I like to think both sides, and good luck balancing mages in a way that they don't wave clear. If mages don't have mana for wave clear, mages do nothing. Because the only thing mages do better than other characters is wave clear. That is their only, like, if you think about that like a star graph, or like you have specialties, mages are only better than other champs at wave clear. That's what they do better. So if mages cannot wave clear competently, that becomes a problem. Then they become a dead class. And that's the thing to think about. You really gotta think about that. So you have something like, I think this is actually a very solid solution for Riot Games, having something like Lost Chapter, right? Like, Lost Chapter is a thing that rewards you getting experience, staying in lane, farming minions. And you gotta be kinda smart about that. You have burst CC HP. I said the best out of... Really, they have more HP than Mundo. They have better burst than Assassins. They have better burst than like Talon, Neferi, Kiana, they have better CC than these champs? Like, what are you saying? Compared to ADC. He's not... We're not talking about ADC. This is general mage stuff. I never saw anything related to AD carries here. And what's the real comedy about this post? Based on being upset as an opinion in the state of the game, yet we're discussing his opinion of the state of the game even more than the poster hadn't posted it. Kind of ironic. Yeah, let's get to this. Mage can throw one shot combo like from a distance more out HP with more HP and with 100 times the wave clear of all other champions. I mean, the hyperbole in this entire post is like the very first sentence is very nauseating. It's hard to engage with certain individuals when they engage in such hyperbole, and I'm tired of individuals who like that who manage to pull out the victim card in a meta destroy best. What are we talking about? What is the victim card? Who's saying what? I don't understand. Can we get like, can we get like a reference of that victim? Like there's like 4 different things stated here without any references to it. Like there's just nothing. There's just nothing in the post. Like unbelievable. Like I truly hope that this remains like the best hate post in my career. Azzapp exposed, if you type that in, I want this to pop up. I'm fucking clear, man. Because I'm always looking at my own blind spots. I'm always trying to get better and trying to like take into account other people's opinions as much as this fucking dickhead, even though like he's being extremely rude and hyperbolic in every single instance without any real references. The one he referenced was like out of context and wrong. Like what? League is becoming non-enjoyable for me and for many other players only because it seems that Riot is only interested in the fun of this class and this category of players. What kind of statement is that? Like, this is peak delusion. What do you mean? Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, mages go to bot lane. Not even that they go, but mages were viable in bot lane for years and years, and I was talking about this. You could even look up the analysis from somebody like LS, who's been known to historically being correct on a lot of different things. And you can have something like LS, and you can see these things, and mages were viable for the longest time. People just didn't play them. Nowadays, because of the support meta unlocking the mages in competitive, mages then trickle down into the solo queue because people watch competitive, obviously, and are very influenced. So now you have solo queue, which is swarming. You had like 1 in 5 picks was a mage. And Riot Games got their pants in a bunch and they did like 17 different changes that all have one purpose: to boot out mages out of bot lane. And I don't know how this person imagines that this is like, they're doing everything possible for mage class. When they have said like, fuck AD carries, mage is the new shit. Like, this is just delusional. It has no touch with reality at all. What even is this? I thought it was like League of Legends. League Unfiltered. What the fuck is League Unfiltered? I've never seen this subreddit. Is it Chud subreddit? I'm not that much on Reddit. I don't know. I wish I had some more like points. I don't understand. Meta stuff aside, this guy is very arrogant indeed. Last time I played with him, he had 0 delay and no map cover. True, that's what I do. Most often I'll play like that. Enemy team openly admitted they were ghosting and watching his POV during the game, and he still refused to cover the map besides the entire team asking for it. I seriously doubt that this is true. Like, I don't know what this instance is, but I seriously doubt this thing has been true. I usually operate under the policy, if a teammate will ask me, normally, like, I will just cover. Also, yeah, you can report the enemies and get a ban. Azzapp files. The entire team asking for it. I would have certainly done it then. Then proceed to flame hard his jungle for being useless. I don't really. When do I flame? When do you guys catch me flaming? I don't remember typing in a game like negatively ever. Unless you get like somebody who types first. L9 is up exposed. With his usual I know it all. I'm the good guy. What does this mean? How does one convey a I know it all, I'm a good guy attitude? How does that even like, how do you know? I also do not get how anyone can watch stream or if I say getting annoyed. Don't to death. This reminds me of a George Carlin story. I think it was saying, it was something about like, a rule set on what you're able to broadcast in America as like this like a radio communication back in the day, right? And then one of the ministers basically said like these guys are swearing and like they shouldn't be allowed to do that. It's like, and then George Carlin is like a really funny one. It's like, well, he had something about like the knobs and he can turn them, and it just went into like very vulgar side of like the potential minister. Like, that's not the knobs he's concerned about. But basically, like, just turn it the fuck off, man. You don't like what's on the radio? Turn it the fuck off, man. It's like... Did this actually happen? Seems insane to be told you're actively goes to zero map current and complain about your jungler where you literally cannot do anything. Well, it did happen. His answer was that the best jungler... And he was the best player on the team. He was allowed to do what he... What is this lore? I can do what I want. There are no rules for me. At the end of the game, the jungle went to complain his stream, got banned, insulted by his entire chat. This could be possible. Salty people tend to come in on, like, a rare occasion, they get clapped. If they don't engage normally. But even on this, because you watch me, you know, I tell my mods very often, like every time I see this sort of stuff, don't ban them. I want to hear what they want to say. Every single fucking time I've done that. And I get mad at my mods if they ban somebody before I got to see what they say. Like 95% of the time, it's usually something so fucking obscene and uninteractable, then they get tossed out. But I'm genuinely curious what they have to say. So, like, this is just oh, what the fuck happened? What'd I do? I didn't want to see. Is likely control into mid-GM, but his head gets too big. Streamer chats often mirror the streamer. Azzapp followers always think they're right. I mean, I try to put him down as much as I can. And they do me that solid as well. Like when you try to argue about him with DFF stuff or anything else, they often blindly follow what Azzapp says without questioning it. Or if you try to do so, you get called hater or toxic player, just having a different opinion. DFF is in league for Krabbies who don't want to try achieve victory. It was a big enter. See, now is this guy like an Azzapp cultist? Because this guy gave an opinion and backed with like anecdotal experience and how it helped him. Like, is that guy now a big hater? Big cultist? Because this guy claimed the very opposite immediately. That like the viewers, you guys, and it's not a hit piece on me only. You guys are catching some fucking flame. You guys are getting some flame here. You suck. You don't have any real opinions. You don't back them with anything. You just repeat what I say. Absolutely legal because additional option every time. I'm so lazy to read this. I'm not a fan of watching, but he's right about the FF stuff at least. Is Toxic trying to give up? If you don't have a good game. He's right it should not FF. He's not right about not having the FF option at all. When did I advocate for removing FF? I would like for that to happen. Even in the very inception of this fucking movement, in the very first video I said, I'm quoting myself, I have no machinations of FF ever being removed from the game. Thus, I propose the changes of adding the check mark on the tab, and maybe delaying it from 15 to 20, or making like 15 fully unanimous. When did I advocate for removal of it? When did I propose it as a change? What is happening? What is happening? Like years ago. How are they perverting my message so hard? Like, I just see nothing but shit flinging all across here. Riot talked about this. Riot August talked about this on average when league players vote, they're already a very, very high chance of losing. Sure, some people vote FF, but large people know when the games are over. 1 out of trillion comeback. Yep. Okay, how do I go back to the thing? Oh, there we go. I like that one of the Thomas, did this actually happen? I agree, he's obviously a very good player, but his attitude is super smug and very much emanates in I'm always right. Like, can we find a situation where I was obviously wrong, but I kept this up? Like, I don't know, I feel like among the league scene and in general, I feel like I'm a very... I feel like I like to understand every side, and I like to figure out, and I'm my own biggest hater and critic. Like, these things that I've said, like, I've thought about, like, all of these things, like, obviously, with, like, real-life examples and real things. I've thought about all these things. Like, you don't get to rank 1 by being super smug and thinking everybody else is always wrong. You gotta re-examine yourself every step of the way. I play a game with him very one, then the second we played against each other, he called me very inconsistent before minions spawned. Not that he's wrong or it matters, but it was funny, they remembered me, and that was the conclusion after 1 game. Again, I don't know. I can't really defend the statement of, like, without knowing the context. I have no opinion about him, but I remember playing against him in Challenge a few years ago, obliterating, went to his stream after the game, and actually very positive about the whole thing, praising my gameplay again. I know nothing about the guy. Fucked on lane only streamers exactly do this and wonder what? I don't understand Reddit. This guy responding to this guy? Actually, I think Mage dominated mid lane in Pro because there are 0 viable AP junglers, partly due to how strong Sunder Skies. That's a legitimate point. This means that mid is forced to be AP since jungle is almost always AD. Fairly legitimate. And there's only a handful of viable, pro play viable AP top laners, Grand Swain Rumble. Not saying you're wrong, but we might see more AD non-mage mid of AP junglers. Yeah, like with the AP bot laners, it unlocks a lot of different variants in the mid lane. It allows for versatility in the mid lane and mixed damage dealing. It just allows for like a more flexible composition. Make mana / resource manager meaningful again. Remove cringe chapter. And Maze actually, well, I think chapters, like, again, as I listed this as an example, I think it's a legitimate way of trying to reward mana for, like, some sort of expenditure usage and actually being in the lane. Because you can imagine if you're fighting 2 mages, the one that has chapter who plays the lane more accurately gets rewarded disproportionately more compared to the opposite mage, for example. And he would have to be more careful with how he uses mana. Like, you don't want to give mana just willy-nilly. You want to condition it with something. Like, if you kill a minion, you get the mana back, for example. Why is that so loud? Yeah. worth it. Zen Mage is a huge problem. They're playable in every role, even in jungle, and now they get buffs. Wait, who got buffed? Risotto Games talking about variety, which is good. Risotto Games, is that autocorrect? It's a good thing in general, but nowadays we have too much of it for some lanes/classes, while others are not allowed to shine. Many tank items are dead. The second problem is AP items. AD items are split between few categories. Assassin, Fighter, Auto Attack, Riot have divide AP items for mages, AP Assassin, AP Bruiser to fix the problem with mages in every lane. Plus balance AP champions with new items. The way they will mostly buy them from category. Yeah, this is a very, very difficult task to pull off. Because when people say mage is like a super vast category, and there will be a lot of cross between these categories. I would like more like versatility between mage items. Like these people, like I don't feel like they know me at all. I don't feel like they're familiar with my work at all. Like I was one of the original, again, this is like a historic thing. I was one of the original mage item haters because they were too broken because they would give you everything. Every mage item would give you CDR, mana, HP, and AP. And I said that's not good. We should specialize mage items. And then they did that rework after that, where they lowered the amount of HP the mages get for free. I really disliked how much HP they get for free. I think you should specialize within the builds. Again, it's like antithetical to my message. I don't understand, like, what are they saying here? Hang on, let me just check if there's some, so I don't miss anything with a Riot. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, sorry about that. I just gotta check with the interview stuff. Yep. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Boom. I don't know, this is we didn't really get much intel out of this. I know Branzeler wants me to keep going. I've written down some stuff that we can go through with the interview. I got some of my own stuff and majorities from the community on what should be the most interesting. But I don't know, we'll do our best. We'll do our best. Alright, just keep reading. Accountability of listening or not to Azzapp falls on Riot and his employees. Azzapp straight say whatever he wants. Riot wants to listen to him. It's not personal. They have their own data and conclusions. That's true. As it's true, I'm allowed to complain. Someone's spitting nonsense. I mean, where can we get like... Zip it up. I mean, I might not necessarily agree with everything he says, but it's really funny on how, on the one thread, I can read or people they're bouncing around pro play too much and it makes no sense, and then open another mages aren't kicked out of mid because mid is dominated by mages in pro play pick rate. I agree, mages are completely broken or getting buffed in mid next patch. With that being said, you can't use the pro play arguments against his opinion of mages mid, unless you also reconcile the fact that mage bot is in fact not a real problem. Mages don't dominate pick rate in pro play, they're prevalent. Yeah, it is like a very weird statement, it's contradictory to itself. And the solo queue mages did get kicked out of mid and then realized bot was just better for them. That's true, like ask like a lot of mage players. A lot of mage players asked them, like from one of the best, like Q-Pick and a bunch of other mage players. If you just ask them, why are you playing this? Why are Aurelion Soul players playing bot lane? Because it's better. It just works better. He just cannot play mid. He doesn't survive mid. It's not worth it. And people got to realize that a part of this doesn't even have to do something with the fact that the bot lane is stronger, or like there's some sort of like disproportionate strength. It's just that one of the reasons also the mages just want to play mages. Like if there's a person who wants to play a mage, he wants to play a mage. But if it's unplayable in mid lane, he will go elsewhere and he will play it somewhere else. And bot lane doesn't even necessarily have to be stronger per se. This is like a very difficult thing to eloquently say, because strength doesn't mean like success in that lane. He could be exactly the same strength, but the nature of the bot lane being 2v2 and potentially 3v3 allows for much more variance between plays. So, like, there's more things to be done if you understand the 2v2 dynamics compared to the mid lane, which are more like locked-in dynamics. If you have a losing matchup, you will be a losing matchup. That's it. Bot lane is subvertible entirely because there's like 4 variables instead of 2. Boom, boom, boom. I don't think that PMA stands... What's a PMA? On the game is a bit much, but it is his job and it benefits greatly from... positive mental attitude. Oh. I think T1 said when a new player opens up any public stream sees nothing but them bitching about the game. How the fuck would they play? I mean, that's legitimate. That is true. Right, taking a stand with the... when there's 0 roles as a whole enjoying the stay of the game, except maybe the roaming sport players and mage top players loving life. All seem to hate the state of the game. I don't know about this one. I don't know what you're talking about. The mates being kicked out of mid and so there's so many good mates in the tier list. Bro, this is giving like gold elo, I swear. Again, not to like disregard the opinion based on the elo, but like you really gotta think deeply than the tier list and the percents. You gotta go in a little bit. You gotta go in a little bit deeper than that. These people probably don't even know how to read the tier list. They probably like click on the win rate, and then they see like, oh, there's like a Quinn mid lane. She's dominating with like 52%, and then there's like a Karthus bot lane with the highest win rate, and there's a Victor bot lane with a high win rate, and then there's Vel'Koz bot lane with a high win rate, and then they realize, oh, this guy's picked in 0.3% cases, picked by the very mains in the fucking game, or it's picked in like a very, very good circumstance in the first place. And it's like, yeah, it may have been used as a counter character. Like, you pick Jinx, I pick Vel'Koz. Like, okay, you get shit on. Like, usually the pick rate and the win rate are inversely correlated when you look at these tier lists, and I'm not sure these people are aware of that. If you look at that, you'll notice the pattern. Bum, 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 bum. Fucking loud as hell. Thank you, Zodiac. Appreciate 23, man. Cheers. Boom, boom, bum, bum. Okay. Is there anything else here to squeeze out? These clowns talk about a variety, but if you play off meta, then as long as the system implemented might ban you for it. Isn't it the guy that said Vel'Koz is a garbage champ this season? If you want to climb solo queue, yeah. Meanwhile, Vel'Koz has pretty high win rate and pick rate among most mages and can kill in one spell. I'm very skeptical of that. I'm extremely skeptical of that. What's the pick rate? 2.9%. 1%. And the high win rate is the bot lane. 1%. And that's 1%. So if you are a casual guy and you play like 3 games per day, you will meet this champion once per fucking month against you. Okay? You will see him once per month. Mid lane is even less, but like mid lane is always floating about 50% because it's just zero impact. Bot lane is the one where you can actually win versus good matchups. But like, where do they get high win rate? Like, I'm pretty sure their 80 carries are over 10, 15, 20. Like, Ezreal's always picked. You see Kai'Sa now all the fucking time. Bot lane, let's go pick rate. Kai'Sa, 21%, 14%, 13, 13, Jinx 9, Lucian 8, Tristana, MF, and then you have Ziggs. Why is he picking, why is he talking about Vel'Koz here when Ziggs is like 6 times the pick rate, less risk, and more tactical value for the team? What are we talking about here? Are these people like, do they even play the game? The pirate software cycle must continue anew. Guy with a strong, clear, positive opinions. People want to hear more. Starts to muddy his brand with weaker grievances. Eventually, his challenge and mistake shows opinions are, as far as he's concerned, are fact. Pressure mounts against obvious negative tech. Double down opinions. Eventually starts calling people out to challenge him. Paid actors. I mean, I don't know what the fuck happened with the whole pirate software drama, but I know for a fact there's an industry on YouTube videos, people making the same exact video with a obnoxious fucking AI edited image to make him look like a zombie, full black background, and saying he's done. He's done! This time he's done! There's an entire industry of people like making a living off of that, I swear. But I don't know what happened, so people leave due to arrogance. He assumes the world is stupid, starts to get fed up, and paranoid always gets uneasy around him. Eventually leaves due to ruined brand. I don't think that guy left. I don't know. What, like, people, like, what is going on, man? Like, we have a guy using literal, like, what the fuck are these sentences? What am I supposed to be reading here? He's a Vel'Koz player, enough said. 9 likes. I mean, good point. I think that's an interesting take. Azzapp definitely used the game through a more narrow lens than he would like to admit. I think we went over this at the start of this, but I also feel like he has sound arguments to back it up a lot of the time. I mean, I saw 0 arguments here, not to be arrogant or condescending. Like, there's no fucking arguments. God fucking damn it, man. Like, I can't toss a billion fucking claims without arguments. Like, what are we talking about here? It just seems like I don't like this guy personally, and I'm gonna yap. I feel like I define my views very well and back them up with things that are meaningful. We may differ with game design and what's happening, but like, come on. I just realized it's in the official little Reddit post, the one where people go to post terrible takes to get removed from the other subreddit. Is that why you couldn't find it yesterday when you sent it? Damn. Thanks for Super Chef, man. I also believe he's actively building his own game as a passion project outside of YouTube. He's done some teasers, talked about it on stream. Lastly, more importantly, he's in pretty regular communication with Riot developers who frequently his chat to talk about the state of the game, champion design, to the point where he's been invited to Riot HQ to discuss pain points and where they intend to take the game and give spoilers. All in all, it probably offers more nuanced take than others who make unfounded claims about the game, like his latest Loser Q conversation. That all being said, clearly there's a way he wishes the game to be played. True, but I don't know if that's really any different from other streamers. I mean, if you don't have a clearly way you wish the game to be played, then you don't have any personality or character or interest, or you're just nothing. You're like this blob that just turns into whatever you're needed in the moment for the counterparts. Is that mages are sent both because they're more self-sufficient and combo better with roaming playstyle sports, Camille? I honestly can't tell if it's like a person like agreeing with me, or is he using this as like a satirical, like, I honestly can't tell. What I stated was in a short in his main channel. Yeah, the most recently addressing situation, he said that he addressed the issue after a situation after a shitstorm hit him. What? I honestly still live, brother. I was streaming like 70 hours in the last 6 days. I had no fucking clue about the shitstorm. Where's the shitstorm? Enabling roaming sport is a big issue, but mages both are good for too many reasons. Yeah, like every single one is getting changed in the next patch. Okay, people disagreeing with one opinion is a shitstorm in some people's eyes. I'm just pointing out that it's... Don't build a scarecrow state of attacking instead of what he really said. This guy kind of put him in their place. He's saying poor mages while mages are destroying league. Get a grip! Get a grip! Grow up! Grow up! Oh my god. Hang on. Discord check just to see. Grow up. Oops, wrong one. I give you things a quarter first. I don't find Kane that difficult to kill. Thinking it's shoot a mage while ruining the game. Not because they're too strong, so because they create lanes with no interaction. See, this is a legitimate thing that you gotta talk about, because this is like different style of playstyle. This playstyle was better back in the day when mana was also a resource to be managed, so you had to maximize lane push, lane dominance, poke, while maintaining your mana pool, and being intelligent with your approach, and the mid lane chess game back in the day was better. Precisely for these reasons. And now mid lane has been turned into a more of a spammer. Assassins have been turned into more like caster spammer. That's just the playstyle that Riot found like the least difficult to balance. So yeah, they're opting in for lower cooldowns and less mana usage, more interactive lanes for the mages. But if you pair that up with something like bot laners, it's like a different playstyle they're not used to. So yeah. The equivalent to range stops where it's true that you outscale. Typical melee is going to bring more to the team come down random range pick, true. But it doesn't change that you will play a frustrating lane. Yeah, I agree. Fuck off. What did I click? Yeah, I agree. This is just like a variance, and this is something the Frogzone got a shitstorm, right? For saying, is because he said that the frustration is part of design, and you can't have all of it just flow normally, right? Like certain matchups have to offer give or take. Like if you can take an vice versa example where you deliberately pick something like Kale, deliberately pick something like Kassadin, deliberately pick something like Aurelion Sol, and you're tanking the frustration early on for like a better payoff later on. The very opposite is happening here. Like it's just that enemies are doing that choice for you. They pick the Vayne top lane. They pick the who is it bot, like Victor bot lane. And sure, the mid game might be annoying for you, but the late game you're better. And you like those are the curves. The curves have to exist. You don't want a game where every character is the same curve. You don't want even among the AD carries, you have distinctions. You have champions that do better in early game, but they don't scale tremendously. Or you have like stuff like Jinx, which is a bit weaker, or like Kog'Maw, and it scales later on better. Like these curves are necessary for a fun experience, because then you gotta have a different tactic between every time. Which is good, realistic if you care more about Elo. Yeah. He's a humanist bias more at 11. What the fuck, man? Someone finally said it. Got him. I don't expect much from Milty people. Seem like it requires skill, but it's a disgustingly open easy champ. True. True. Guy, but who tries to hit an Iron 4 player is like, wait, this is easy. I just hit him. Shout out to time that this episode sounds like you said, Kiana, we're traditionally level 3 all in, 100% solo kill fucking talent. We're designed to be weak early. Well, yeah, they are. Like, do you play any assassin versus mage matchups mid? Like, you're supposed to be squeezing out advantage, but like level 1, level 2, even level 3. Obviously, you're like Kiana and Zed can all in, but if they go in, they should be punishable after that. How is that not true? I don't understand. Like, you don't pick assassins to bully lane. But if you win the lane, you get handsomely rewarded because you can dominate the map and move around. And yeah, weak is a depictor of many forms, right? Like many things, many attributes there. Like there's lane consistency, there's how many minions you can get without any friction. On like, because you gotta pay. Like if you ever played Zed, you gotta pay with HP to get minions. So it's a decision, deliberate decision. Do you all in and disregard the wave, or you take the minions and pay the price with HP? Is that it? Is there anything else you want me to check, Brenzy? Anything else that's interesting? This guy's pulling up the master stats, which they didn't really think about. And then this guy again does like he checks the win rates of the couple of characters without looking at pick rates. Only turbo, yeah, this is just the same thing. Damn, bro, I got exposed. How dare you express your opinion about the state of the game? A league player having balanced opinions has been exposed. Huge day for investigative journalism by Bateman. I didn't realize the subreddit for those who can't post on the official page. Well, that's good for me, because I can't post on the official. Seems like mostly complaining about something. Yeah, I don't know. I wish there was like something interesting there. And say nothing burger. Kind of made like it's all about just bullshit from a mage player's perspective. I'm a mage player! I like fucking mages. That's the playstyle I gravitate towards because that's what I enjoy. That's what I like. What the fuck do you mean? Of course, I'm gonna be looking through that lens. The fuck is bro talking about? Waste of posts. Should post OPGG. What the fuck, man? Is that it? Is that it? We're doing the Riot thing in 1 hour. In 1 hour. It's over. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're one step away from being that, like, that fully black thumbnail with a disfigured face, and it's like, he's done. It's over. Exposed. King of lies. It's crazy. Bum, bum, bum. I think it's still very early in America. We're waiting for Chrissy to arrive. She's gonna hook this up. Bum, 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 bum. I think I should let Velkas in. He was in season 5. It's literally the Ken Killian the Zillion video. True. True. Hello, JMF. What up? What's up? What's up? I'm good. I'm good. Just beat Bloodborne. Having a lot of fun. This is funny. This is my first hit piece. And it got a lot of traction, honestly. It got pretty decent amount of traction, this hit piece. I was fully willing to read up and engage with this. Bum bum bum. Got any haters on Facebook? I don't fucking use Facebook. I just use the messenger feature. Oh. Yeah, Yasuo back in the day, you have no idea. Like Yasuo was like he was like a prototype of that type of champion. It's like first of his kind, the annoying character. And he got so popular, and until the very day he just has super high pick rate and he's always relevant. And he can never really be weak because he's got so many players. Extremely large player base on a champion that has tremendous skill requirement, constantly lowering the win rate. I literally just did. Blackie, thank you for 8 months. Appreciate it. We literally just did. We went over it. It was like very, very nothing burgery. There wasn't much in there. I was hoping we are gonna give something specific that I can like either go over. Like the only specific thing that I remember was that Kane reference that was like listed out, and we know exactly what he was quoting because I remember that quote. But he doesn't remember, or like he deliberately cut out the context of why we talked about that. I pronounce the app Viber. I think Viber is just easier to say. Boom, boom, boom. Azzapp exposed situation. Oh. Hello, Mario. What's up? Or Quacker's on fire today. He's on fire today. I might kill the alerts entirely when we do the talk. Because they're so loud and they're not gonna go into the background, into the VOD, but that might be distracting to me because of loudness. Like I will not be able to hear people during the alert. And I don't know how to lower them for some reason. Hey, Solus. Hopefully it's gonna be nice. We'll see, we'll see. Good luck at your job interview? I'm not getting the job, man. Bro, I'm a willing participant. Every time they want to pick my brain, they literally just DM me, I respond, and we talk at length. They don't have to fucking hire me? Why would they waste money? He hates donators. Get him exposed. So the Riot Convoy is just going to be Azzapp discussing how assassins are disgusting, and Nemesis talking about hitting it raw missionary style. That sums it up. That pretty much sums it up. Well, actually, I don't know if Nemesis is confirmed. I don't know if Nemesis is gonna be there. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know Nemesis's real name. Oh, never mind. It's like 4 people with Riot Games emails. It's 4 people with Riot Games emails and me, I think. Join the Nemesis. I think they're gonna... Nemesis? I think they might corner me. They might get me. We'll see. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. As much as I want there to be Nemesis and I want to talk to him and I think he's a great guy, I honestly want to yap more. I want to talk. I want to talk a lot. I don't even want rioters to be in the interview. I just want to yap. Invite Dante's to the interview? I don't think I can survive that going another time. I'll go count deaths from the VOD. I have died 28 times. I remember. They'll put you in a place. They're gonna corner me. 4 rioters and me. I'm about to get pummeled. I don't know. I just hope I can do a good job with this interview because they specifically said interview less of like a podcast / conversation, which means it's less me. For interview, I cannot be me, right? Like if we're just conversing, it's me. But for the interview, I cannot be me that much. I feel like I have to do a good job for the community and grill them on these hot topics. But it's impossible to satisfy everyone. And no matter what I say, within 1 limited hour, that I will get hate because I didn't ask that one question. If I didn't ask why, like, the one particular specific thing that people want to know. Thank you, Didi. What are we gonna do? Anything else to check out? Okay. Chrissy's online. She woke up. They're like in LA. I think that's like 9-hour difference. So rioters be waking up early. I think I'm gonna do the check-in setup. I'm in a group. I'm in the group. Let's go. I'm in. Should I change? Is this inappropriate for an interview? Should I get on like a fancy shirt? This is not good. This is not good. Wear a suit? Fucking hell. It's so hot, man. I would die in a suit. Hang on. Is this fine, chat? Is this okay? I got a shirt on. Does this look better? Ripped out. This guy, wherever the Azzapp go? I have a suit. There's a wedding coming up soon, so I bought a suit. And it's nice to have for like these events, but it would be way too hot to get it now. I would die straight up. Any particular questions you think will bring hot topic? Hot topic. Change, bro. Yeah, I don't let me see. Hey you. Nolsaki, thank you so much for 2 months. Appreciate it. Thank you for 2. Cheers. Oh, there's so many fucking ways. I don't know how to structure this. There's just so many things to talk about. Holy shit. There was one question which I thought was very, very stupid when I read Twitter and when I read like the people giving me questions, but it's actually fairly intelligent when you think about it. So I will be asking that. I don't want to tell you what it is yet. Make them buzz in like a quiz. Wanna post on Twitter regarding stream? Yes! Yes, Mr. Brenzy. Just like that, you might as well talk about golf and investment portfolio. Come on! Like, it's a nice shirt. It's a nice shirt, look. Uniqlo. I got this in Japan. It's a very good shirt. Bum 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 bum. We'll see, we'll see. Bum 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 bum. Can you ask him to buff auction? Bro, like, you have no idea. I've read the comments everywhere on my post, on my video, and on my Twitter post. And only the Twitter has 250 comments. And I've read all of them. I really try to get where the head is of the community. And a lot of the questions weren't really asked as well. So I did my best. I did my best to get them, right? But I had to go through like 95% of comments which are like, can you please buff? And then insert one thing that you enjoy. I feel like those are like very bad questions for doing this sort of stuff. I feel like that's really, really bad. You know? I mean, I will probably want it to be more like a free flow conversation anyway, mostly, but yeah. Yeah, new client is obviously like part of the news, and I think it's an alright question because people want to know, but it's probably not going to lead anywhere deeper. Like if you ask about a new client, you're going to be like, okay, we'll be able to tell you more in December or whatever, right? I think the better thing to ask there is like you go deeper on that and what the new client would be an improvement. What would the new client entail? Do you think voice chat structure is going to be beneficial for the game or not, right? These are the questions. Would it be funny if writers came with tank tops? Fuck, I'll change then. I'll change if I have to. I'll go back. I'll go tank top maxing. I'm gonna do it. Bro, this guy's always online. Are you fucking kidding me? He's just always online. I literally just posted Riot interview starting in 45 minutes. Drew Levin liked immediately. 19 seconds. Like he's just, I don't know. I think there's like 5 of them. Drew Levin is just like a bunch of people. It's an organization. I don't know how he does it. Yeah, natural questions like podcast, but I also don't want to be too mild in a way, because the conversation in podcast is usually like just people just chatting and conversing. I feel like in an interview style, I have to do justice to the community. So even though I personally think Loser's Crew is nothing but bullshit, I probably should get him to defend it a little bit, you know? 66 deaths over the span of 2 hours and 11 minutes. You beat it on the 67 try. I knew it. Yeah, I don't know if there's I don't know if Nemesis is part of it as well. Let me ask. Is Nemesis part of this? I'm gonna ask him because I know, like in the original email, Nemesis was mentioned, but I don't see him in the group, and I heard nothing of it. I might just be 1v2ing. I might be just playing 1v2 here. The guy on Reddit was right. Azzapp controls the Riot HQ. True. Things that were playable but not good pre-durability patch became unplayable after. Was there sense of meta picks? Yeah. You got anything else, chat? You got anything else? Feed my brain. Ready for conspiracy theories regarding your question? No, like, whatever I do, I told you. Like, first of all, I recognize that I will fail. 1 hour to chat about League of Legends as a whole, me alone, in the moment, in the heat. Like, even the questions that I write down, I will forget a lot of them. I will fail. It's impossible to get all the things that people want to get, right? Like, there's no way to satisfy everyone. So that's gonna be, I recognize that, and that's just an impossible task, kinda. On the other hand, no shit, sure. No, I'm just trying to prep for the backlash that has to happen because of it. And there's like a version of things that people are gonna be like, he asked the question because he's paid by them. He's like part of it. Because it's still me. It's still me. It's still myself, you know? I'm still me with my own personality. It's impossible to be unbiased fully, but you probably shouldn't be unbiased fully. Man's open interview, so how do you want to join Riot? Just set me up for failure immediately. They're like, job is yours, just don't mention loser queue. Yep. I'll disable alerts in about 20 minutes or so. So if you wanted to gift like 50 subs, now's your chance. Not gonna happen. You're not convincing enemies, just be true to yourself. True, I guess, yeah. Let's just try to make it a most productive, interesting conversation, I guess. Toot, 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 toot. Hang on. Bloodborne finished? Yeah, we're done. Are you nervous? Not really. I don't really get nervous on these things. When we did the spellcasters in LA, I was on stage. And it was like a couple of thousand people on Twitch watching. It was like Twitch front page stuff. And there were people there, and we just answered questions and yapped, and it was perfectly legitimate. I've been doing these sort of things for a while, and I don't really get nervous. I get worried that I might, like, not do my best job, I guess. That's like the... Okay, we got confirmation. Nemesis was scrapped. Nemesis was scrapped. They put him in the blender. I don't know why. They put him in the wood chipper. Maybe ask when there will be kernel linking accounts, so the one is punished. All their accounts will be kernel level loser queue. Yeah, you guys kind of toughen me out. I'm used to all of your nonsense, so... First time you're watching your YouTube videos, hope you have a great time. Thank you, thank you. You wanted to solo this so bad? I mean, it's a tougher job if I'm doing it solo, obviously. But I want to yap. I don't know, man. 1 hour, like, for 4 people is just very, very little time, I feel like. Yeah, I'll disable all the bits, subs, and everything. There's a question, with TFT going on Real Engine, does that help League into a new client? I mean, I'm guessing that's related why they're doing that, but... I feel like TFT may be a little bit beyond the scope. It's kind of hard to fine-tune what we want to talk about. Like, I wish I had a bit more, like, on the top lane stuff. Just don't make it easy on them? Never. I wish I had more on the top lane stuff, because I like, Watley comment got so many likes, but I didn't see anything, like, specific on top lane. Like, the question is, like, why are they so slow to change top lane? Which doesn't really mean much, question-wise. Like, top laners are complaining, like, okay, but why? Like, Drutted likes range top, but Watley doesn't. Like, who's complaining about what? What is the specific problem at top lane, you know? Please don't spend 30 minutes talking about loser queue. I really don't want to do that. You could talk about it. I really don't want to. I think it's going to have to be mentioned, but I really don't want to. Because if I don't mention it, you're a paid shill. But if you talk about it too much, it's just like boring interview. Does that breach chat? No. Also, I wouldn't really be me if I didn't mention something about surrendering. Like, kind of look like Damon. Bum bum bum. Yeah, the Nemesis idea got scrapped. He's not going to be joining us, unfortunately. From what I've seen, too many unaddressed problems. Okay, like, okay, just to like clarify here, a lot of the things that people end up complaining are usually inherent to the structure of the lane. That's something that you really got to be careful about. For example, like again, mages finding success because, well, mages are AoE. They're like the nature of the bot lane is that it's 2v2. You have a lot more value in those AoE abilities, controlling, zoning, and the lane is more volatile, more shaky. For example, also top lane is more isolated naturally, so it's going to be more snowbally, right? If you get counterpicked, it's going to mean more, and that's just part of the game, right? That's not something that can be really smoothed out and normalized across all roles. Yeah, we got something about voice chat. We'll should be about 1 hour. Questions related to difficult it is for individual writers to pitch ideas to the decision-making writers. I guess that's like internal structure. Riot changes internal structure. Let's put that just like a thing. Why only 1 hour? I'm guessing that's all they have. Because they have different jobs. They have other jobs. This is not like their primary thing. Journal was the subject of interview. I think it's primarily matchmaking and game design. Now we can go beyond that. Do you think you can get him to walk into a 6-7? What? Walk into it, damn. I don't think I can pull that off. No, Brenzolor. Support role in the future? Well, kinda, yeah. Oh, these fucking questions, man. I have no idea how many fucking insults I had to read. I had to filter through numerous amounts of insults to rioters just to like get to the point of the people are trying to make. 15 more luck skins. Ask about the possibility of another durability patch. Yeah, League just tends to one-shot. It always devolves into one-shot. Yeah, it's only me interviewing. It's only me, Chad. Look, I got my good shirt on. You didn't have breakfast today? How would you feel? It's impossible to know. That Azzapp reality doesn't exist because of my decision to collapse the quantum wave function by eating the breakfast. Bro took a single polo shirt. Shut the fuck up! It's not a single polo shirt. I got a bunch of them. I bought a bunch of them pre-Korea, but they're packed in my luggage because I'm leaving soon. So this is the only one I have left now. And then shut up. I have more. You're considering asking about increased bans? Yeah, true. That's a thing. How would you feel if Vilkas wasn't overtuned? I would be silver. If you're thinking of a suggestion from random, but I really want to see how Riot thinks about the homogenization of sub roles in the game. It seems like we can't have pure CC. That's an interesting question. Yeah. Mm. How many champions are in League of Legends? How long till the intro? 25 minutes. Oh, my friend, we'll be going to Bosnia for a day in October. What is one thing you would suggest I see while I'm there? Well, Bosnia depends which part. 173. What is CEST? Central European Southern Time. Now I'm a man, for sure. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Ask them to leak the MMO. Bum 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 bum. I just don't want to forget all of these fucking things that I'm coming up with. Can my brain function? That's the question. Oh, that's a big stretch. I don't have a single Velcros question, nor will I. Zero. I don't play that shit. I don't want it to be like too like personal. I don't like specific question like that. Like all the stupid shit that people suggested to me, like, can you buff this gems? Can you do that? Like, no, like that's just boring, I think. I think it's gonna be more broader, more something that has general logic and philosophy behind. I guess champion examples work, but I was afraid to start a pod. No, I'm just not trying to hog the fucking airtime with my questions. I would love to talk about Velcros. I don't think that's what people want to see. I don't think that's gonna give us anything interesting out of it. Mm-mm-mm. We're deciding everything I want to talk about. It's gonna be in the moment. It's impossible to like fully decide right now. It's gonna be flowing more. So it's a new Strokes album. I'm liking it. I like the new album. Reality of Eights. It's got some bangers. For example, listen to this. That's a banger right there. Liar's Remorse. Fruits of Conquest. Jammy as fuck. I'm a leech. I'm a leech. Nothing compares to New Abnormal is a fucking masterpiece, man. Like that's not a standard you want to hold them to. New Abnormal is just crazy. Yeah, Lonely in the Future is great. Like New Abnormal gave us Ode to the Mets, At the Door. Like those two songs alone are just disgustingly good. You have Selfless. Selfless is just masterclass. Falsetto. It's really good. Can't wait to hear him live, man. Boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm. What's the most beautiful place you visited so far? Mostar. Listen to the AI tell you. I really wanted to ask them shit about AI. But I mean, they don't really work in the design department, either of them. Like, it's not like a creative design. But that's like my personal beef, my personal fucking dragon to chase around. But I really wanted to ask him about the AI. I don't know if I will though. So recent Necker video? No. They have an AI problem? What do you mean? Surely at least one person, right? Asking Grok how to balance the chips. I mean, that's undoubtable, I think. What I'm worried is just like if it's used like creatively, like as a creative design choice. That's the one that's the most egregious usage of AI. Synthesizing large numbers or trying to like do some calculations or trying to look up sources for stuff amidst research. These things can have good ideas, but yeah. Dante's Riot time machine. Seems like Riot took a stance against using AI in this way. Only the normal corpus stop optimizing workflow and code. So they all say, yeah, but like on record, it's very different because then if it's ever proven contrary, it's like it has big implications, right? No, Magistar. Fine, guys, trust us. Only the stuff you don't care about. You're such a hater, Tilly. I respect it. I respect that level of hate. Bam, bam. I don't know how much they're versed in the esport and I'm not the biggest esport guy, obviously. But we can go into esport a bit. We replaced Strauben with AI. You're right. You're right. Policing the use of AI in such a big company is like it's incredibly difficult. You're definitely right. Like you need to have people who are checking every individual, and the hierarchy of the company is just there's so much shit going on. For sure. You're right. You're right, Gartuzek. Yeah, I imagine we're gonna get to the differences between like role play elite and regular solo queue. Don't know if there's interesting threads to pull on that, but it's something that probably has to be mentioned. What specifically would you want to know about monetization? I'm a leech. I'm a leech. I'm a leech. Turn on Ida during the interview? The experience worse win rate when you sleep less? For sure. For sure. Can I still suggest a question? I mean, I can drop it. I got a lot of stuff lined up. I don't think we're gonna reach everything. How'd you even get this interview? They DM me. They messaged me an email asking if I want to be paired up with Nemesis to do this, but Nemesis got scrapped eventually, so it's just me. Two EU servers. Well, the servers are pretty big though. They're pretty sizable servers. Even Nordic and East alone is bigger than North America, and it's a much smaller server than the US. So I don't know if they can structurally withstand all of that to combine the Europe. But that's an interesting idea, like given the fact that like nowadays we have like a Russian server, Turkish server, a bunch of these. Because back in the day, that was a one server, and then they split them up. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna try to kill the alerts now. Actually, I don't know how to do that. Hang on. Yeah, I think I killed the alerts now. Can somebody do like 100 bits or something? Can you give the 100 subs just so I can see something? Where the alert works? Could be 50. No, the test button is for test. It doesn't work here, I think. Oh, no. Scamming 101. Maximum grift engage. Catch me is more from a low real point of view. Can there be a difference between hard and easy champs? Like how is my Relia play 90% per loses to any R Garen? There's something to be asked about those simple champs. Hang on. Let me take a piss, BRB, and get some water. Let's do it. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. Classic Pass can be bought directly instead of Riot points. Is Riot currently seeking to broaden the method purchase at all? Can you buy it directly? I had no idea. Oh, we'll see. If you nerf Lost Chapter too much and make mages 2-mana reliant, they will just never be picked mid lane, because you need to be on par with the junglers. You gotta be active in the game. And they're just gonna lose the battle of attrition to like any melee with Fleet and Doran Shield. It is a bit of a pickle. But yeah, I do have a mana question. Don't worry about it. Should have made some coffee. Hello, I'm interested in this. Hope the interview goes well. Thank you. I'm interested as well. That's why I'm doing it. Let's hope it goes well. I'll try to do as good a job as possible. What are we doing before the interview? Nothing. We were starting in like 4 minutes. Okay. We might be starting it. Okay, Square Wave. Let's see. We're gonna have to do the camera test, I think, and set up. Voice and video input AT 2020. This video. Start virtual camera. Okay, the camera is not full for some reason. Not good. My camera might have some black bars on the side when I'm doing the virtual camera source, but Brenzy can edit that later, I think. I don't know how to remove that. How to set that up on the virtual camera. Yeah, this is what we got. It's gonna have these bars, right? And have the bars on the side. Can't set it up any better, I think. How you doing? What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Do 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 do. Yeah, I got a billion questions. We're not gonna go through them, John. We're not gonna go through them. We are not going to go through all of these. Ain't no way. Boom. Boom. The polo shirt. You like my shirt? Chat, please tell me you like my shirt. It's very good. It's very good. I changed specifically for this. I wanted to leave a good impression. I am first time meeting these people in official capacity. Actually, I did meet Matt in LA. Toot. I'm so used to like saying Drew Levin's full name. I feel like when I reference him, I'm gonna just start saying Drew Levin instead of Drew. In that case, there's like a tuxedo. Bro, what do you want from me? Even took a shower? Okay, now you're pushing it. Now you're pushing it, buddy. I'm a league player after all. Let's not go too crazy here. Yali's got banned. Why? Because he deserved it. He's not good. He's a fraud. Today you become Riot Azzapp. I've been Riot Azzapp for years, man. People have been saying that. Don't worry about it. Nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change here. Industry plan, paid shill. Now I become Riot Destroyer of Winner's Queue. Yeah, dress. Look. Come on. I mean, don't look below. Don't know if I'm wearing anything underneath, but yeah. Move to LA and be officially Riot? That would be kind of crazy. I don't know if I would be able to move to LA, but I would have to uproot my entire life, but it would be a hell of an experience. Yeah, this is a very cool thing. I think they trust me enough be normal about it and be able to have a conversation so we can actually chat about this. I do love that. I do appreciate that. Competitive mode 5-5s. Okay. Interesting. Be very your best ducky shorts for you need stand up. Nah, hell no, I'm not standing up. Not standing up. After this interview, we're gonna message you about balance changes. So you better answer, buddy. Oh no. Am I gonna be the Okay, we're starting the call. Hang on. Oh, there we go. I'm in this.
Yo.
Yo, hello. Oh, he comes from the heavens. Look at the light. The lighting.
No, this is just really harsh overhead fluorescent lighting with a whiteboard behind me. I can probably do something about that.
Nah, it's fine. It's good.
Let's see. Yeah, over here. Yeah. Now we're advertising hit TV show Arcane.
Ooh, I've seen that. I love it. First season was better though. I gotta admit.
I agree.
Yep.
I mean the alternate universe episode with Echo and Jinx is like an all-timer for me personally.
True. It's pretty good, yeah.
All right, how's it going, guys?
What's up? Nice to talk to you guys and meet you finally, like in official capacity.
Yeah.
I've chatted with Drew a few times, and I do believe I've met Matt when I was in Riot HQ. Brian Sears was giving me a tour of the Riot HQ, and then Matt came up.
That's lucky.
Yeah.
Well, nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, Matt came up to me and he said like something about losers queue. That's the first thing he said. And he leaned in and said like, "Hail Hydra, hail loser queue," something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. This is starting to sound like a Dante's visit. Are you sure that Dante's visit with you?
No,
I watched that entire hour.
Oh, you watched that? That's crazy.
Can you call it a debate with
nah,
the way that it went?
I was arguing about the semantics with my very viewers later on after that because I didn't want to call the debate. I thought it was just nothing but a conversation.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I think that the debate implies like a lot of different things, and that like the positions are immovable in debate. Like you're not open to changing your mind. You're just trying to prove to somebody else your point. Right? Yeah. Conversation is more like, okay, like if you give me something good, then like I'll take it in.
Yeah.
But
Any
yeah.
argument.
I can't believe you watched that thing.
I try to understand what's going on. Also, I hear that you make good videos that tell us about what we should be doing. So I wanted to see if there was anything that we could, cut down the lead time on.
Hmm. Interesting. So were you sweating during it, thinking like that you're getting exposed on the loser queue? Hang on, I think the connection is
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
we good?
Work Wi-Fi cycled. Yeah, I'm good.
Hmm.
We're definitely not, because Liz's queue doesn't exist, so...
He's on the record once more. He said it.
I actually liked the characterization of loser's queue is actually the mentality that you personally bring into the game.
Oh yeah, like for sure the nocebo effect there plays the part. Like if you're believing in it, it's more likely for you to notice your teammates' mistakes, and it will impact how you perform. That's definitely a thing.
It's spurious correlation and like over recognition of like patterns in something that is, I don't know. Human beings can't really comprehend randomness. Like
yeah.
You can just think of a random bunch of numbers in front of people and they will find patterns in it.
Yep. The infamous Spotify example of when they was purely random, and then the people are complaining it wasn't enough random because they would know the same songs back to back, and it's like, okay, this is not random.
Yeah, you gotta spread the songs out that I know, otherwise it's definitely not random.
Yep. But also, that's a thing you would say if you want to defend loser queue. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time in the loser queue. We only have 1 hour as far as I'm aware, right? And we have quite a lot of things that I kind of caught up from the community that they want to know about. So I'm just gonna kind of cut through the loser queue in a way. Like, what are the variables that go into the matchmaking?
Yeah, so I can talk about a few things. So we want to try and keep it simple. With League's size of player base, keeping it simple still means a lot of, computing and a lot of optimizations that need to be made. The first thing, of course, that we matchmake on is matchmaking rating or skill, or however you want to
MMR,
describe it. It's like, MMR. The second thing we kind of, that one's pretty obvious. We try to minimize the amount of MMR in the game, MMR differences between the players and between the teams. The second one we try to optimize for is pre-mades. Of course, at different skill bands, pre-mades are more or less impactful. And so, we need to figure out, how impactful are they? How do we balance that against MMR? And the other thing that we throw into the mix is your role selection. So we know that players like to get their primary role. Some players like to get their secondary role. Some players don't like being autofilled, but we need to autofill at some rate. Otherwise, games just never get off the ground. And so even just the optimization of those parameters, which are pretty much all the ones that we use, are, is a lot of optimizations required to keep queue times low, to keep game quality high. We also have some matchmaking kind of considerations for blue side and red side, but those pale very much in comparison to the other factors. Those are the primary ones.
So you can confirm you're not taking in data about previous games, previous wins, losses, or taking the champion information, who's picking what's banned, and all of that. What's the proclivities there from player base?
Yeah, right now we're not.
Okay.
It is, that would be like kind of self-defeating in a sense, because I suspect if we were to include such types of information, it would also make queue times like way longer as well. And it's not the best player experience either.
There is something that I think a lot of people don't understand about what we are optimizing for, which is just like, yes, there are a lot of people that play League. No, they're not all playing League right this second. And so concurrency matters. Concurrency within those skill bands matters. Concurrency within those skill bands and a reasonable range of role preferences matters. And from there, like you actually have to wait a little bit to like find all of the people who are on roll at, you know, an MMR that is pretty close to each other. And people don't like waiting that long. This is something that comes up a lot in Apex, right? Where people are like, yo, give me better games. And then we like twist the like wait a bit longer for higher quality games knob. And then people are like, after this, like 25-minute waits, I'm going to go on my Smurf, right? Like it's such a fine balance, but ultimately we want people to be able to get into the game and play it. And so there's no point in having a great game if people don't want to wait for the ability to actually play it.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I talked about as well. I feel like queue time is one of the most underrated things. People very often overestimate how much they're willing to wait. So they will say like, I want to wait 10 minutes to get a roll, but not really. You don't. You want to queue up in 1 minute. And like that is one of the primary variables that you need to maximize for. But for example, do you change the slider? Do you change the slider ever in such situations where you do a hard ranked reset, MMR reset? So there's more concurrency. There's going to be more people playing. Do you do that as a sliding scale? Do you tighten the high end of the spectrum then so people could play only with GMs and like so? You would get better satisfaction when the queue times are bound to be much lower anyway, due to more people queuing up.
Yeah, there are definitely times when we would change the balance of certain factors. Like, for example, in the most recent patch in 2615, we were observing that a lot of players in the community were upset, especially at the higher ranks, about how wide the matches were. And so that's a situation where we did move the knobs and in particular favor game quality over the queue times because, we heard a lot of feedback that the fast queue times for lower game quality was not a trade that the Apex community at large was willing to make, and so we're happy to move those knobs, and it's a ever changing optimization problem based on who's playing on the patch, what the role balance is on the patch. Like maybe on some patch there's just a massive surplus of mid laners or something, and then so that makes queue times a lot longer or makes autofill rates higher because mid lane is a pretty popular role. So there's that type of optimization just going on a regular basis. It's a ever-changing system of people who's playing and whatnot.
Awesome. Do you think that you're missing out on potentially optimizing player concurrency? For example, one of my favorite things throughout the years was like season 6, 7, and 8, I believe. You did prizes, physical rewards for ranked, so that would optimize for more concurrency, more people. It would be more competitive at the top of the ladder. People would smurf less. There would be actual stakes to the game that they want to play. And for example, something like Spectate Live embedded in the client, which was a very, very cool way to recognize higher reload players that you could friend request, spectate. Nowadays, you can even leverage that with the connecting of one stream to that, so they can get some sort of a promotion if they're playing really well, and people can watch their POV. So those things could optimize maybe for more concurrency in the higher strata.
Yeah. So we've talked with a lot of people about specifically those two things. They're things that are on our radar as things to look into for the future. The reasons that have been challenging for physical rewards are not actually like, how hard is it to make a backpack or whatever. It's actually fulfillment. It's shipping,
logistics.
Riot is a games company. We make software. Shipping stuff is easy to major urban areas. It gets less easy if you imagine like last mile problems for people who could live literally anywhere within 100 ping of I don't know where our servers are in EU West, Frankfurt, Berlin, and so like that's tricky. You get into places like Mina where the spread is even bigger. Shipping becomes more of a problem. It's not just like, oh, you make 2,700 of this thing and you ship it out. It's like it actually costs like quite a meaningful amount to get it to everyone, make sure it gets there, all of that. spectate is something that people have talked about. A lot of people on the team came up in that era and really value it. There is a balance to strike, obviously. You've led conversations about stream sniping and sort of the downsides of people being able to spectate your games, and so figuring out exactly what the updated social contract is in the future, if and when we bring that back, I think is part of figuring out what that would look like.
Okay, I'm hoping with the new client that we have that we have some tools like that. That is nice.
The other thing I'd kind of throw in there is a lot of players, especially when they're trying to get to their peak ranks, it's kind of an opportunity for us to figure out how we can make that process more rewarding overall. I've been a diamond player for a very long time, and like I'm trying to make that push to masters, and that's like what gets me excited about playing the game repeatedly. But at the same time, it can be sometimes a little demoralizing to reclimb to diamond with every new shake up to the game. And so we want to try and find ways to reward those players who do come back and play League of Legends every time we release a new update. And of course, like resetting ranks in concert with a new update has meaning to it, but it only has so much meaning. And so trying to find ways to reward players for their legacy or reward players for coming back year after year is another kind of opportunity area for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking also logistics are naturally extremely difficult when you're operating on the scale of the entire globe. But for example, there's merit even in digital stuff, like a digital recognition of somebody reaching certain rank, or like a rank 1 player getting free Worlds tickets. Anything like that can be shipped digitally and doesn't require any meaningful labor and extra force. So I think those things would just, even though from the company standpoint they're more like symbolic, I think it shows that the company would care about the ranked integrity and the ranked and the sanctity of certain levels, so people would be more competitive in these regards.
Yeah, two questions, I guess, for you. One, do you have any thoughts, anything that you particularly want to see? And two, in my conversations with people, I think that it's less that they like really need a backpack or like another t-shirt in their closet, and it's more that there is a value that people put on having something that is from Riot, from us, that goes beyond like the function of the physical object and is more about the more human, tangible connection of like, I don't know, dude. I played video games a bunch growing up, and I imagine like a lot of people who work in video games, my parents were like, when are you going to cut that shit out and get a real job? Or like, work on yourself in a way that's going to like lead to a real career and all of that. And it took them a long time, even in like me working in video games, for them to accept that, that wasn't, that shift was never going to happen. And I think that for people who really dedicate themselves to getting good at League of Legends, there is something meaningful about having the company reach back out and say like, hey, you are really good at this. Like this effort, this dedication, we see you, and that matters. And you are important. You are a person to us. And when I've talked with those people, it has come back to like wanting to feel seen. And so it's not really like about the backpack. I mean, the backpack is important, but it's about the sense of bringing that part of yourself into the rest of your life in a way that feels validating. And so figuring out how to do that is the problem. Yes, shipping is a part of it, but it's part of why in our discussions, a lot of people have said, like, okay, like what is the best digital object that we could give people? And yes, we would love to give people the best possible digital object. And also, I understand the argument for not a digital object, but please go ahead. I'm interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, I think this is, as you said, more about recognition, and the physical memorabilia has its own special thing. but even something as a digital object would work, even just as an email, a letter, some sort of recognition to the top 50, top 300 players on a given server. Congratulations, you've done this. Some form of recognition, just to create a meaningful interaction, just to have that. It becomes more of a dialogue. Then it's not just a person. It's not asymmetrical. It's not just person playing and grinding. It's being also recognized for it. And I think that has a tremendous impact on the longevity. And like even now, I mean, I haven't used the backpack maybe like once, worn the jacket a couple of times. It doesn't matter. It's just there, and it's just awesome to have. And awesome. It's one of the. It represents a very cool part of my life.
Yeah. No, I think finding what the thing is that people feel appropriately represents that journey for them is important. And so, yes, we want to do better than give people a digital object, figuring out exactly how that shows up for people in a meaningful way. We have to do that work, and we have to actually, make it.
Yeah, awesome. Let's move on from that topic then to not linger. Talking about the satisfaction and the high elo. How satisfied do you feel with the current LP situation, with the LP numbers, and how obviously at the tail end and at the top of the ladder can kind of break down? And how do you feel about the current system? And are there future improvements that you're thinking about the LP system and Aegis of Valor, for example?
Yeah, I would say there's definitely a lot of improvements to be had there. Certainly, one of the things that was lost with the changes that we made to LP most recently is the feeling of progress and being able to have meaningful goals that you can strive for. It's kind of demoralizing to hit Master Zero LP and then look at the rank 1 player in their 4 or 5,000 LP, right? One of the reasons why we felt like we wanted to make that set of changes this season was because we can't be, being more and more and more restrictive on who is in the Apex tiers year over year, because it results in, the Apex tier becoming more and more out of reach for regular players. And of course, it's important that Apex tiers are out of reach for regular players, but also that the skill spread in the ranked population year over year continues to widen as the best players get better and better. And so it's trying to figure out the best way to have players feel like they have meaningful breakpoints to strive for, and also making sure that the skill spread within divisions doesn't get too wide. So I think there's meaningful opportunity to make that experience better for all parties involved, basically.
Do you have any specific things that you would like to change that you're not satisfied with right now?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've talked about a lot, and I think we mentioned it in Devblog at one point, was the need to create more breakpoints within the Apex tiers. This is especially true because as time has gone on, the difference in skill between, the best League of Legends player in the world and, Master tier just keeps growing and growing and growing. And that doesn't necessarily mean we need to push Master tier higher and higher. Like, there are a set of skills that we think players should at a baseline have to enter Master tier, and that doesn't change, too much year over year. But the skill of the best players in League of Legends does, and it changes at a very quick rate. And so, there's an ever pressing problem of the skill in Apex Plus just continues to grow more and more. And so adding more breakpoints into that experience can help players feel like, oh, I can go from Master to Grandmaster. Before we only had Master and Challenger, right? And adding Grandmaster in there allowed players to feel like, oh, hey, there's a meaningfully different set of skills inside Master as there are in Grandmaster as there are in Challenger. And so that's one of the places where we would start, where, at the top end, the skills that players are demonstrating are just so much stronger in a way that, we might need to break out that experience more.
Yeah, the master elo became so diluted that semantically it bears very little meaning right now saying that you're a master player, because that can mean anywhere from 0 to 2,000. So definitely wouldn't require a certain rank in between, but I feel like that doesn't solve the problem. It just kicks the can down the road, and in case the numbers go up in the future, we just require more ranks. Do we have like a long-term solution? Is 4,000 LP the upper limit we're happy with? Is that what's gonna be like place to aim for the future, or do we have any more ideas?
I would certainly say that adding more ranks is like the baseline solution. It's a thing that many games need to do. You know, for a game where skill can just continue to increase infinitely, is kind of a baseline solution, right? There are probably things that are better, and different ways that you could memorialize skill or present skill to people. But yeah, I don't have great solutions that I would want to share right now, but I'm sure they exist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Another topic on this, or another question on this topic. The hard reset of the elite ladder. Was that a good thing? Did it cleanse impurities that accumulated from the previous years, or was it like too cumbersome, too frustration inducing? Is it just extra friction for no reason, or was it meaningful?
Yeah, I'll start giving my thoughts, and then Drew can kind of chime in.
Mm-hmm.
I think from an experience perspective, right? We always want to be doing what, like leaning towards doing what the community is, suggesting, and these types of things, right? We want to strike the best balance of what we think is going to create the best player experience and what players are asking for. In that sense, we knew we did some stuff at the start of the year that resulted in a not so great experience for players, including things like changing LP gains over various patches to try and resolve certain problems, but that also had knock-on consequences that made, that kind of undercut some of the meaning of the ladder. And, part of doing the hard reset was acknowledging that those things happened and that we messed up, and trying to make it right with the community. I'll pass it over to Drew to just talk about how we think about community interactions and meeting those needs there. But yeah, part of it was mainly just acknowledging that we messed up and wanting to make it right with players.
Yeah. I really hope that you're not asking me about my own experiences with the Apex ladder, because I don't fucking have them. And I probably never will. But I think the question is actually one that I would give back to you. You play in that skill range, right? You experienced that reset, and so from your perspective, obviously we messed up some things in the first 3 months of the year. We tried patch to patch to fix what we had messed up. We asked players, hey, given the set of circumstances that has gotten us to this point, do you want a hard or a soft reset? And I mean, if you remember what it was like in March and April, everyone was just like, hard reset, hard reset, hard reset.
Yep.
And so I have an opinion on that, on sort of what that would do to match quality. But I'm not playing those games. And so the question I would have for you as someone who was is like, do you think that it did what you hoped it would do?
Mm-hmm. I think what a lot of other people thought is that it's going to fix the big numbers. What they were worried about, the big numbers of the 4,000 ELO or LP. So in that regard, definitely didn't. But from my perspective, I thought it's good. And I genuinely believe that resetting hard, Master ELO and above, should be a yearly thing. I think cleansing the impurities from previous years and cleansing the baggage, the MMR from the previous years, I would really like for that to keep going in every subsequent year. And I think it does a good job. And I remember the games, and I really appreciate how responsive you guys were, because at the time, I didn't really think you were going to go through with it so quickly, because everyone was screaming and the entire Twitter was just yapping about, oh, we want to reset. And like, it's just like that. Like, oh, the ladder's been reset. So that is truly impressive. And like, obviously, there's a lot of credit that we have to give to you guys, especially for doing these sort of things and this sort of interview and communication to the community. And if you watch the Dante's debate, it basically started from the very point of some people asking, like, what's a game company that's kind of good right now? And then we started with example of Riot Games because of the interaction and the transparency. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we never want to sort of rest on wherever it is that we are. We try to listen to our players, and ultimately, a lot of what we focus on every day is like build an experience that people think is worth their time, and like the rest of it will take care of itself. The the thing that um, the thing that constantly sort of I ask myself and then I ask other people is like, hey, like, is this an experience worth having? And what's getting in the way of that? Part of why Matt is talking about sort of adding ranks to master is I think there's sort of an issue underneath the LP numbers that is worth talking about, which is the extent to which we shifted from one set of trade-offs to another around how we show people the gap in skill between um, people in one part of master and people in challenger, which is right. Once upon a time, we had sort of diminishing returns, right? The more that you
Yep.
win, the more that you climb, the numbers that you get go down. And so what that creates is less visible distinction, but under the hood, right? Your MMR is still going up. The relationship between your MMR and your LP just isn't as linear as we made it post hard reset. And so part of like obviously people are not like robots that are beings of pure rationality or whatever, right? That's not what we expect of anyone. But part of what we talk about is the extent to which the problem is this is how it makes me feel versus this is a genuine shift in the gameplay experience, and trying really hard to listen for what those distinctions are and separating those concerns appropriately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because essentially what was done is you just added a bit of empty space in between the ranks, like the expansion of a universe just added a little bit of to balloon the differences between the Apex players. So the differences are more
Well,
apparent now in terms of numbers, but they're the same as they were before.
right. I was about to say, like, in a sort of old world paradigm, right? Like Vladi wouldn't be 5,000 LP, but Vladi would still be better than you,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like it isn't that the number 5,000 on someone's screen makes Vladi a lot better than you. Vladi's just better than you. And so figuring out how direct and how much to make that a numeric reality versus something that sort of gets bent through a system of diminishing returns, and like, oh, once you hit this point, then you only get plus 20 or plus 15 or plus 10. That is more about the feeling of looking at rank one and being like, what is the distance for me, rather than um, a factual expression of like, here is the skill gap between me and Vladi.
Yeah,
I would say the like one of the things that makes it hard to make some of the different types of systems that would otherwise be pretty exciting. Like imagine if you hit, let's just say, like 1,000 LP in Apex, and then you enter some separate battle arena ladder or whatever, where you're like competing between now the top X people to get stars, or like some other mechanism to that would otherwise be exciting. Is that a lot of players just don't play the game all the time, especially at those higher ranks, and so it can be hard to both make sure that there's an equal playing field of the people that are in those subpopulations, and also have that be meaningful to people. So some of the way places my mind goes is like, is there a way that you can have some kind of cutoff where people enter a different experience that's satisfying for other reasons? Are there places where you could you know, as a result of, let's just use like Champions Queue as an example. It's like, you know, once you hit a certain rank, enter Champions Queue where you can, you know, try and go for win streaks or try and, you know, like have some kind of different experience that makes you satisfied in another way. Um, these are some types of ideas that could be exciting, and you know, there's some amount of opportunity there to be captured. It's just a matter of like, how exactly do we do that? And especially true for a population that's not all online at the same time, and you know, this type of thing.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the old school elo system. No obfuscations on top. No, I mean there were badges, I guess, back in the day, but there wasn't like any sort of promotions, any distinction. It's just a number going up and down. And I recognize the value in having these abstractions on top of the elo on the MMR. That people get more meaningful progression instead of just seeing number go up and down. And I think that's very good for 99% of community. But is there a world in which Master Elo, for example, is just gets rid of everything and you just go Master and now you're 1000 LP or Elo and then proceed from then on? Like just
So I haven't played League forever, and I don't know exactly how long you've been playing League. My understanding from years past was once upon a time there was a system where when you hit D199 LP, you just
that was
won
season
games
3.
and got 0
Yep.
until you broke into the master tier. And it just moves where the dissatisfaction is, right? Like the reality is MMR doesn't change that much if you are actually winning half of your games and losing half of your games, because it means that you are playing in lobbies that are about as skilled as you are. And so the reality is people don't get better that fast or that often. And it's really dissatisfying if what you look at is a number that tells you that you are exactly as good as you were a month ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 12 months ago, 2 years ago. And there is a reason why people play video games. It isn't just for like a pure evaluation of their skill. Like if people wanted a pure evaluation of their skill, they would go play chess. And some of them do. I play chess. I find that enjoyable. But part of what people come to League of Legends for is to be entertained and to escape their regular life and to have an experience that feels worth their time. And part of creating that experience is not just telling them that they suck and that they aren't better than they used to be and that they're not getting better. And so part of how we have to craft that experience is not just hitting them in the face and telling them that they suck and expecting them to thank us for it, right? Like that's not a good experience.
Yeah, for sure. So you recognize there's a value in the numbers going up and the potential, like what people call inflation throughout the years, that the numbers are going up and people do derive certain amount of satisfaction from that instead of like looking at the true rank, for example, on the ladder which number you are essentially. So
Well,
adding
there's
new
also
ranks.
another aspect of it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say there's also another aspect of it that MMR in itself doesn't fully account for, which is consistency. And you know, you could have an MMR of a certain value, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are, you know, consistent, right? And consistency is a skill that we value very highly in League and we want to celebrate, right? And so that's one of the other reasons why we have MMR and we have, you know, LP or some other mechanism of progression, because it's, you know, it's one thing to be of a certain skill or peak at a certain skill, but it's another thing to demonstrate that skill over a certain long period of time. And so we want to value both skills. You know, the idea of, you know, hey, so and so can kind of like, you know, be hot and cold. You know, like let's just say like claps or craps, right? And you know, how consistently can you exercise that skill and demonstrate it is a part of skill itself, right? And so in many ways, like what is skill? Is it like your ability to just like peak super hard in one particular, you know, game, or is it you know, your ability to demonstrate that over a long period of time? And MMR doesn't, fully capture that necessarily. So
Mhm. Okay. Let's see what else we can go through. There's one that went recently kind of viral question for Matt. Frustration as a mechanic. How do you differentiate what is a good versus bad frustration? How do you decide between those two, and how do you count that into design?
yeah, I would say frustration at a high level is one of the most important design values, and being able to figure out how to design it well and design it poorly, and try and find, the good versions of it is one of the things that I think makes League of Legends so successful. If you think about, why Elden Ring is successful, for example, or any of the From Software games, it's not, like, why do people come back repeatedly to die to, Godric 100 times, right?
I just finished
Because
Bloodborne an hour ago before this, so yeah, it was
yeah,
basically
so like why
that.
well,
Yeah.
like why did you push through, like dying to, I don't know, like there's that dude with the augmented left hand, or the guy shooting you from the clock tower or whatever. Like why did you want to play through that experience?
Yeah, it's developing yourself. You get that special satisfaction the more difficult things are, and it's just very, very natural for humans. There is obvious like certain designs, and when people try to objectively decide what's a good boss, what's a bad boss, and they try to debate that and figure out and what are the good boss mechanics. That's something I talked about with the chat a lot during the playthrough. Is it's so difficult to design a new Souls game because people expect all the things that already exist, and they want it more difficult but also still fair. So how do you balance the fairness with the difficulty and provide new challenges to overcome? And that's just a Herculean task. So I was wondering, like, how do you guys see that? For example, like the frustration of dealing with a ranged top laner, for example, like you recognize that you bring more value to the table as a Malphite or something that's gonna do well with a team, and it's gonna have more stable laning phase, but you're gonna have to suffer for 10-15 minutes. Do you think that's a fine trade-off, or?
Right. So yeah, coming back to the question about, what types of frustration. So like I think one of the reasons why we like frustration, when it's designed well, is because it gives players a sense of, desire to overcome the challenge. And that is one of the core principles that we use when determining whether or not frustration is good or bad. Like, is the player going to feel satisfied as a result of overcoming it, right? And there are certain types of frustration, like, I don't know, let's just imagine a mosquito flying around repeatedly and you finally catch the mosquito, right? There's a sense of relief that comes with that. Now, that's like one type of frustration that might be satisfying to overcome, but it doesn't really, scratch the itch of like, wow, I've really mastered a skill that allowed me to defeat the mosquito. It was just like, oh, the mosquito just like got lazy and just sat on the wall for 2 seconds and then I splatted it, right? So when we think about frustration broadly, one of the things that's most important is figuring out how is the player going to get some amount of satisfaction from overcoming this experience, right? Either developing a set of new skills, or observing a set of patterns in how the champion plays, or, if I know that Fizz is going to E my ability, then, he's going to know that I'm going to know that he E's his ability, like, and then, that turns into an interesting game in and of itself. And so when we try and design these types of frustration mechanics, because we need to have some amount of frustration that creates challenge, that creates a desire to grow, that creates, satisfaction when you overcome it. Those are the types of principles that we're thinking about first and foremost. Then there's a whole manner of, breaking that down into its, smallest sets of principles for what good frustration looks like. But at the core of it, it often has to come with mastery and someone learning something that allows them to overcome that particular frustration, and that there's meaningful gameplay on both sides. It can't be a situation where, okay, I've learned your trick, now I beat you every time. It's, oh, I've learned your trick, now I know how to beat you on the first level. Then they might try and beat you on the second level. Then you might try and beat them on the first level.
So you get the
They beat
Death
you on the
Note
second level, and the third
situation.
level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's that type of thing that we try and bake in. Yeah.
Yeah, because with frustration, there are two types. There's frustration that's frustrating, but you can't do anything about it, or the good kind, where like the frustration that you could overcome it. So it's only good insofar as you can do something about it. And I guess a more pragmatic, like more practical question is: do you focus more on the micro or macro solutions to it? For example, like League of Legends, is a very complicated game with 173 champions. Sometimes you might just get countered in a lane, and the laning phase might be miserable. How much are you looking into easing the microcosm, the micro situation of the specific lane versus okay, maybe you're gonna suffer for 6 levels, but your team fight's gonna be better like 15 minutes down the road. Like, do you value one or the other more, or like how do you view that?
I think it's interesting because we value both, and the reason why we value both is because it creates a lot more long-term playability and like excitement and depth with how the
Variance.
situations play out. If you could only ever counter micro frustrations with micro, that would make the game actually like not very deep or engaging at all. It's the fact that you can counter micro with strategy, or sometimes you can counter the best strategies by just being super fed, right? That's one of the things that's actually very important to League of Legends succeeding, because there aren't situations where there's always just like one way to solve the problem. There's many ways of solving the problem in a way that plays out very chaotically, game to game. Like you could have the same 10 champions with the same 10 players and just play that game back repeatedly, and the outcomes would be different every time. And sometimes, you would be able to defeat a champion with micro, and in a different situation, you might have to beat that same champion with macro. And that's one of the things that makes League of Legends really satisfying and have a long longevity.
Yeah, I agree with the variance argument. I think like that's precisely why a league has been so popular for 16 years or so. Like staying on top is remarkably difficult to keep the game flowing, and every game is kind of unique. It's chess is complicated when you go into the branching tree of possibilities, but league is just it's impossible, incalculable how many different like, games you can play.
Yeah, imagine how much more fun chess would be if you could have some external external factors like, oh man, I'm up 3 pieces. Oh shit, but the thunderstorm's gonna come and like knock over the board in like 4 minutes or whatever. So I
They
can go
got the
play.
soul. It's over. The
Yeah,
knight is online.
the knights become a dragon. Yeah.
Okay,
But I
let's
think that's
see.
also
Yep.
just, like what allows players to also feel like there's always hope as well in certain situations. Like at some point, no matter how far behind you get against Vayne as, insert melee top laner, there's always the hope that, oh, well, she's just going to get one shot in team fight, right?
Mhm.
Or, oh, she's going to overextend a bunch and then just like get ganked repeatedly. And that'll give me an angle back in the game. So I think it's important to give players also a sense of hope, even in, hopelessly lost micro
Mhm.
situations as well.
Yeah, I feel like bounties, even though they're like an inelegant sort of solution, bounties do just that. They always offer some sort of solace and chance that you can do something about it. Speaking of hope, how are you guys standing on surrender? On surrendering.
You want this one or you want?
You can take a stab at it.
Sure, yeah. I think it's complicated. There's a bunch of path dependency. And by path dependency, this is a term that we use sometimes to talk about like if we like restarted League of Legends without sort of the history of it, right? Like
Mhm.
how would we want to make the game today versus like what do people who play League of Legends expect of the game, and like how has community and culture come up around it? There are people in multiple parts of the world that pay to play League of Legends per hour. And um, for many of them, they don't want to spend 50 minutes trying to grind out their 20% win expectancy, you know, after getting, double killed in multiple lanes in the first 5 minutes. And so they want to FF 15 and go on with it. Um, there are other people like yourself who never FF and want to realize every single percentage point of win expectancy that they have. I think that that's commendable, that's honorable, and I think that a a challenging part of designing system rules is accommodating different valid approaches to wanting to play the game, right? It is true that people are quite good at assessing whether they have a good shot at winning the game, but it's never zero, right? Like it's zero when your nexus explodes, but there are games that people come back from 10K gold deficits all the time, but that is not mostly what happens from a 10K gold deficit. And so part of what our responsibility as system designers and developers of the game is to give people choices and give them the ability to convey their preferences to their teammates and sort it out amongst themselves with reasonable guardrails. But ultimately, if we said surrendering is not a thing that ever is possible, one, some people would say, forget this. I'm not
It would
sticking
be
around and
it would be unplayable for the next 2 months, basically. Yeah,
well, I
because of
mean,
the
you can
pre-existing
look at what
culture.
happens in games that don't have that, right? Like people will just AFK. And if you say, okay, well, like punish them for it, then it's like, okay, great. Now you create, social incentives to bully people who are doing badly so that they disconnect and sort of take the full weight of the loss for everyone else, right? Like there are sort of predictable incentives that happen, and you can see that happen in games in the market where they've made different choices. And so I don't think that there's a perfect solution. I think that what we have to do is build a system that accommodates a wide range of preferences and let people figure it out in their context, in their game.
Hmm. I agree with
There's
the
also the social
pre-existing
element.
culture. Yeah, the pre-existing culture element of it, how people have grown to expect specific thing. So it's very, very difficult to change stuff right now because of the pre-existing culture, and that makes sense. I think logically with a game where you have guardrails, as in if somebody disconnects, you can remake. If somebody disconnects later on, you can do the early surrender. The system is very robust at recognizing these things nowadays, as it wasn't back in the day. So you could get out of basically any unfair scenario. So in my opinion, rank probably doesn't need to have it, but obviously because of the pre-existing culture, you got to take that into account. So like what I would suggest would be moving away from a more emotional type of surrender button to check mark on a tab that's anonymous that you can check when you're done with the game. I think that would be a lot less friction in the game, and it would be a lot less emotional and more rational of a decision. Like, okay, this game is over. I'm gonna save time. Let's do it.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, this is something that we've talked about, right? That UI design is a part of creating that experience, and so absolutely a conversation we've had. I think the challenging part is there are always going to be social factors to it, right? There are always going to be people who are like, yeah, I don't like this support. I don't like the way that they're playing. I don't like, my bot lane, being down 4 kills at 6 minutes. And so I'm going to, spam FF, or I'm going to run it down, or I'm going to go to their lane and run it down, right? Like there are ways that in the presence of certain incentives or in the presence of certain factors, people change their behavior to try to get the thing that they want. And so it's not only that we make the choices for players, but we also create the incentive structure under which they make those choices, and then our job is to look at how they react to that and figure out whether that's the best possible outcome for what we're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would also say it's pretty important that we don't allow players to surrender too early in certain situations. One of the reasons for that is because it needs to be fair that when you're winning, you get to play out and have that win, and it feels
Mm-hmm.
good, right? Like if we shortcut that loop significantly, you could imagine an AI that just evaluates the game and whether or not it's winnable at like minute 6 or whatever, and the game just like terminates. It's like, well, is that creating the most satisfying experience, right? Like we overall want to create the most satisfying experience for players. We don't necessarily want to optimize for players get out the max number of games that they can now.
Mhm.
I mean, that would be satisfying for some part of the audience, but it wouldn't be satisfying for all parts of the audience, right? And so it is a very complex social satisfaction. How many comeback mechanics? Do we even allow scaling champions to have their fantasy sometime, or is any game and every game going to be surrendered at some point at 15 minutes, and therefore we just like can't make like late game champions, right? Like there's many different factors that need to be balanced, and in particular the ones that are like allowing certain types of fantasies to shine, or allowing players to have their hero moments and get satisfaction from that, and balancing that against the various regions and like pressure of playing in PC bongs and these types of things, and wanting to go next, and these types of factors are very difficult to balance, but also
Mhm.
a fun problem to try and optimize. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons Aurelion Soul always feels unplayable to me, because as soon as you hit the power spike, they will surrender. They never get that fantasy to completion at the end. But yeah, conversely, when you make a comeback out of like an impossible game, I would argue that's like one of the most satisfying things you can do. And like, it's not about you won one game, but you lost two attempting something like that. It's about that experience, having that experience that builds your character, and like that's where the enjoyment. That's the game that you're gonna memorize. That's the game you're gonna think about when you think about League of Legends. You're not gonna think about enemies surrendering 15 like 10 times in a row. That doesn't stick. That doesn't get committed to long-term memory at all. So yeah, yep.
One thing to sort of add on to Matt's point, because I think that it's really worth reinforcing, is like laning is pretty zero sum, right? Like if you go 5-0, they go 0-5, right? Like that is just like how the game is going to start. And if you go 0-5 in lane, that's a pretty rough experience for you. If you go 5-0 in lane, that is like a fucking great experience for you, and you hope that you have that experience all the time, and you feel really good because, especially in laning, right, that's where sort of your individual agency is at its highest in the overall game context. The challenge is, to your point, how do you balance that desire to like make that 5-0 start feel rewarding and worth it, versus just like letting the person who's 0-3 be like, all right, yep, I lost, like I'm out. And it's just like, wait, like I was winning, like let me have the experience of winning. And you actually see this in ARAM, where people will just like not hit the Nexus and like fucking line up and fountain dive people because they're like, I like my augments, I like my build, like I'm going to have fun and you are here to like amuse me. And obviously that's like not a good experience for the people getting fountain dove, where it's like the game is over, but people want the experience of being strong and getting to kill you over and over. And so what is the balance of that experience? It's hard. I don't think that there's any obviously right answers. And so
Obviously, yeah.
figuring out to make that good for everyone is part of it.
Yeah, it's just what you're optimizing and maximizing for, basically. Like for me, a ranked system. For me, a ranked would be like a ranked without any way out until the game is over, basically, and that would constitute that experience. It would be difficult, but it is ranked. You have plenty of other modes. But yeah, I'd like to move on. We have a lot of different other things as well. I wanna go into.
For logistics' sake, Matt and I are both happy to go over. I know that we said it was an hour, but like.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask about the. I have to ask about the Mage's bot lane, because if I don't, they're gonna say I'm a paid Riot shill, not asking about Mage's bot. Do you think their Mage's bot are broken? They're breaking the game, or is it more of like a perception issue?
So statistically or experientially, I don't think Mage's bot are broken. I mean, there's many different things that people will say. Like, one of the reasons why we don't try and use the term broken internally is because it means many different things.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
If I'm trying to extrapolate what the community is saying by
are they like, overpowered? Are they becoming meta?
It's overpowered, or there are situations where they're, like you can't do anything tactically against them, or those types, or they have power spikes that ADCs can't really fight against, or there's not really situations where you can engage them in combat because they clear the wave, and like there's a variety of things that are baked into why players feel like mages have a certain experience. One of the things I would say is I don't necessarily think mages are overpowered. I do think that structurally they have properties that allow them to counter ADCs in certain aspects, right? Like ADCs thrive on having long engagements, and mages in particular thrive on having short engagements. So, like, structurally, they have an advantage, but then they have a downside in that they don't necessarily scale super well. Like a mage, conventional mage trying to kill Mundo, like, good luck. But I would say that overall the balance feels close to correct, but there are fine-tuning things that we would want to adjust. So I'll stop there and ask if you have any like particular things that you think the community is upset about with the dynamic.
Yeah, I went through over 1,000 comments, both on Twitter, on the shorts, on Instagram, on everything that I've asked community to sum up, and I really wanted to gauge what they're feeling. So I did go through a lot, and I did filter out a lot of insults through that. But the essence is, I think the majority of the people just they don't know how to express it, but majority are feeling frustrated because it's either like new, it's foreign, it's different. Because AD carry has been the least changed role throughout the years. AD carry always played pretty much the same archetype. So now it's being slightly different. It's being invaded by another 20% pick rate and other mages that play by different rules. So you have to adapt, and it's a very, very new thing that changes. So they're feeling frustrated because in the microcosm, they don't feel like they can do much. So I think the most common one that I saw is like mana. What about mana? Like, would there be any changes for the mana tool? Also, that ties it back to League Classic. How in League Classic, mana was a much bigger tool for balancing, for example. Nowadays, League is moving to a more frictionless, more spammy, more haste, less mana usage, more interactive laning phase, for example, less calculated mana-wise. So, is that a lever that you might be pulling to change mages, and how would that kill them in the mid lane? Then do they become too burdensome?
Got it. So let me first focus on the the mages invading bot lane point. So one of the things that we think is really important for League is just having a variety of experiences in the lanes, right? And every other role basically has a large variety of champions that you can play in the role. Now I can understand why, if the role has been over 90% ADCs for a very long time, why it might feel pretty confronting to have ADCs in the lane. In the same way that when assassins were introduced into mid lane, when we added like Zed and Yasuo in season 3 and 4, that would feel pretty confronting to those players as well, right? And so ADCs are going through that, but we also do think that, injecting some amount of these champions into the lane long term will be best for the game, even in the short term if it's painful. Like, I'm an ADC player as well in some situations. Sure, there are situations where I'm like not super happy about being killed by a Brand or a Swain that just kind of like runs at me, or a Mel that like is clearing waves for a long time, right? But there are good reasons for having that in the game long term. So like I would say we can't like dump a billion champions into the lane to the point where ADCs become unviable. But we do think that it is, kind of a necessary step to ensuring that League is still around for another, 100 years. So that's what I would say on that point. On the mana point, I would say that it is important that classes have different ways of expressing satisfaction. And mana is one of those types of things that has an outsized level of satisfaction to how powerful it actually is. Like, I think what you would find is, even if we curtailed the amount of mana in mages bot or mages generally, it wouldn't actually change the power dynamic that much, but be extremely unsatisfying, right? Like, to the point where the mages have been a popular class in many lanes for a very long time. And part of that is because the fantasy of just constantly slinging spells, even though, not all the spells it hits are going to be effective, that just feels so insanely good. And so part of it is, yes, I can understand that this aspect is frustrating. It's not actually one of the more powerful things that mages are doing. And so one thing that we would run the risk of if we were to change this mana dynamic significantly is mages just feel bad to play and it doesn't solve the problem, which is like,
Mhm.
that would just be a complete failure case. And so I'm not like super convinced that addressing the mana, at least to the level that it would need to be addressed, is going to adequately solve the problem in the eyes of the ADC players, and also just make mages feel really bad to play. So I would rather, kind of go after some other different aspects of it that feel a little more invisible to the mage player, but do factually impact the experience. And there are some things that just need to be true about mages, right? Like mages need to cast spells. That's the only way that they, function in the game.
Mhm.
So we don't want to go too hard on that. And it is a core class expectation. So I'll stop there. Do you have any
There,
follow up?
there's one thing that I would add, not because like I have expertise in answering this question, but because part of my job is asking questions. I know that part of how we have heard people talk about this, especially like as this was becoming more prevalent as a community conversation around, I want to say like MSI, right? Like it was like around early July, like people were playing, Casio bot in MSI knockouts, and we saw Casio bot play rate spike after that. One of the things that I'm curious about is where people should expect marksmen to be better or worse compared to mages, right? Like a complaint that I saw in July was, well, mages are better than me with starter items. They're better than me at Lost Chapter. They're better than me at 1, 2, and 3 items. And like games never get to 4 items plus. So like as a marksman, how do I ever like get to play against these creatures? And so maybe like Matt, we did not, pre-write this question or whatever, but like from a balance perspective, like is there a point where marksmen are supposed to be better than mages or feel good to play into mages?
Yeah. So, in the interest of kind of preserving certain power curves or satisfaction points, I think broadly the from the design team is also, like not uniformly, yes, it should absolutely be like this, and we all agree in a like very groupthink manner. It's like, there's reasonable disagreements about, certain aspects of it. But I would say broadly points of consensus are, one item spike mages are expected to be stronger than ADCs, right? This is one of the reasons why we give a lot of flat penetration for mages and these types of AP users. The ADCs are generally expected to outscale them on 3 items, and that's mainly against, some of the more durable champions. Like certainly in terms of pure damage output, and DPS, the mages are meant to fall short compared to the ADCs on 3 items. And certainly it gets, worse and worse for the mages at later aspects. Once ADCs start to get lifesteal, they start to get mercurial, these types of things. But they are intended to also be able to play reasonably against the mages in laning phase, right? Like, and I would say that's one of the complaints that the community has that we agree with, and one of the reasons why we're upping the magic resist in the early lane is because the spells can be quite hard to play against, especially as you get into the level 3 plus, where the mages are able to like combo various things together, in combo with the support to have a lot of kill threat. So I would say broadly, mages stronger on 1 item, ADC stronger on 3 items. There's of course exceptions to the rule, but that's high level.
Yeah, awesome. Okay. How do you manage the differences between, especially when you're designing something like that? For example, who's going to utilize it better? Obviously, we have the pro players, and then you have the elite elo, and then the rest of the ladder. How do you take these things into account? And something might be super strong in one aspect, but not very good on the others, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's of course a very complicated balance. I would say that the thing driving a lot of these types of decisions is fantasy and expectation. If something is presented as a meaningful challenge that you would expect somebody who's plays the game kind of for the vast majority of their waking hours to be good at, then it's overall pretty fine that is best utilized in the hands of a pro player, right? Like I think of things like Azir or Ezreal or whatever, where it's like, everybody understands that there's infinite mastery to these champions. It would actually be kind of strange if Azir and Ezreal were not best utilized in the hands of a pro player. Contrast that with something like Garen or Malzahar, right? Like you'd be like, oh, that's kind of weird that Garen or Malzahar is best utilized by Faker and not best utilized by average person, right?
So that signals like an error in the design.
Right. In the design and in the execution, right? Like one thing is to have the design where it's like, this is meant to be a champion for average players. And then there's the execution of, okay, did that actually happen? So I think a lot of it comes down to fantasy. So let's just assume that we've done a good job on mapping the fantasy to the difficulty there. We kind of assess, hey, like, is there actually potential for this champion to be utilized by regular players, for example, right? And is there a path to mastery for each of the different skill brackets? So like one great example I would use here is like Twisted Fate. So like Twisted Fate in regular play generates a lot of gold from his passive. He plays the game in a very different way in regular play than he does in high level play. And it's important that we build these types of mechanisms into champions because, someone can have the dream of playing, Twisted Fate like Faker or whatever, but the way they actually manifest in game is completely different. Like in regular play, it's probably Twisted Fate grouping with the team and catching someone with gold card and killing them. In high level play, it's Twisted Fate playing side lane, drawing one person to the lane and porting over to the team and flanking somebody, right? It's just dramatically different ways that the game plays out. Yet the player who's playing in the average game can feel like they're doing things similar to Faker. And so that's kind of the art of designing these champion experiences well, where there's a path to mastery for every different type of skill of player.
Yeah, and that's okay that some champions are just simpler, some champions aren't executable at certain levels, and they're more designed specifically for one player base, one subset of players. There's also another one question. It seemed a little bit weird and kind of dumb, but I thought it was profound when I read. Are you worried you're getting too reliant on the science, on the scientific method? Like, are you getting too reliant on the stats so much that you can create blind spots in the qualitative feel of the game? For example, I'm obviously paraphrasing, but are you worried like the Viego percent instance, for example, like the incident of Viego percentage win rate? And like, do you feel like you rely too much on percent so much that potentially sometimes you miss the qualitative aspect?
Yeah, I would say broadly that we are undergoing a I would say like an internal movement to keep, focusing on the qualitative aspects of the experience. It's not that it ever went away, but there's certainly some amount of, hey, just like reinforcing that this is one of our values and that's really important. I would say that at the same time, embracing the qualitative aspect of it can only go so far, right? Like we have a lot of intuitions as designers, but we also have internal biases, right? And one of the ways that we can use this information is to try and get an idea of what, millions of people are experiencing. Like we're not millions of people in the dev team. We're not every single player that's playing Twisted Fate or Vel'Koz or whatever on a patch. Even within the Vel'Koz, groups of people who play Vel'Koz, there's probably just many thousands of different opinions, and we can't possibly have all those experiences and opinions from a qualitative perspective, right? There's probably some Vel'Koz players that are like not never FF, they're like always FF. It's like, oh, game's over early, like just FF, right? And there's just no way that we can have those, like all of those qualitative experiences. So data is always going to need to be part of the question in some way, shape, or form to capture the broad experiences. That said, it should always be driven by some type of experiential value or intuition that we as designers and PMs and whoever. Like, we always need to be grounded in the player experience. So yeah, it's
what are the good ways and places where people can leave their feedback so that you might be able to parse that and summon up that data where they can put their grievances in and they would be most likely to be heard?
I would say just post, right? Like, we're in the information age now. Information is easy to come by. The thing that we can't make people do necessarily is like, hey, get those thoughts out of your brain and onto a page, right?
You
Like,
can't yet. You're
that's
working on it.
Yeah, that's the step that, like, I would encourage people to do. Like, if you don't say anything, like, how can we hear it, right? And so that's one of the things that, if you put it out there, we're actually like pretty good at gathering that. So I would encourage people to just, put stuff in socials, put stuff on, like these other things, like write guides on your thoughts. Try and have debates with people. Like, we see a lot of the stuff. So it's mainly a matter of just getting it out there.
Yeah, evidently here. So yeah, the voices do matter. People should post. Do we have any news on the new client? Can you divulge any information?
No. This is like a lot of other stuff. Work that gets done over a long period of time. And as we have things to share, they'll come from sort of the right people at the right times. Part of what is important to us about bigger projects generally is making sure that they get put in the right context for what we are trying to do, the experience that we're trying to give people. And so we put in a lot of thought to how we talk about that, what we put it next to, and how we make promises about what we what sort of future we want to have for the game, and how we want to build that with players.
What are the major things you could, if you could change it all, what are the major ways you could upgrade the client, for example?
So this is actually like, I will answer a slightly different question, but maybe in a way that will still be satisfying. People talk about the client a lot, right? And like, for a lot of people, the client is like a front end. It's this like thing that displays the game and that you interact with it to get to the play button or to get to your collection or whatever. Most of the things that are frustrating and that break about it are actually services. The client is how a bunch of different parts of the company's work come together. And so when that experience breaks, most of the time it is one or more backend services that fail in weird or unexpected or like very, very recently patched or updated ways. And so we are, monitoring that and, react quickly to fix that. But it isn't like the client. It isn't that, a web client is inherently faulty or whatever. It's that there's a lot of stuff coming together to create an experience. When one of those things breaks, it breaks a part of the experience. That's obviously very visible and frustrating. And so part of what is going on is us managing a lot of services that create this experience. We are constantly working to improve the quality of each of those services and how they contribute to the experience. But it's not like, just rewrite this this front end in a different engine, or change the underlying way that assets are displayed and suddenly like everything will be fixed. It's just like there's a lot of moving parts, and when one of them breaks, it has impacts on the experience.
How do you feel about the voice chat in the ranked experience, for example?
This is a fun one. This is something that
Yep.
I've been working on with a lot of people for a bit, and it's really been, I think, a sort of full company effort, because obviously League is not the uh, first game at Riot to consider or have voice chat, right? Valorant's had it for years. I think they're on year 5 or 6. They've had it since launch. And so we've gotten to watch them, take a lot of lessons from them. And one of the benefits to working at a big company is getting to borrow some amount of lessons and underlying technology from them. And so obviously it's public that we're working on it. The way that we've been developing it is very much in conversation with players, as part of going through sort of the research process for developing it. We talked to a bunch of players from around the world about their expectations for it, their hopes for it, their fears around it, and took that feedback and figured out not just, how do we build the set of tubes that lets you hear someone else's voice in your ear, but how do we create and deliver on an experience that people find trustworthy, that people find exciting, right? Like the point of wanting voice chat in League of Legends is to make a game that is deeply about coordination better to coordinate with people on, and to make those highs higher. We have an internal sort of annual competition that we call Riot Rumble. A bunch of people play it, and one of the things that always happens at the end of it is people are like, "Yo, this is dope. How do we like give this to players?" And voice chat always comes up as a part of that. Is like, man, it is just different to be able to talk to your teammates.
Yep.
And also, there are a bunch of people who use voice chat in a bunch of games around the world to be jerks to people, and nobody really wants to go into a voice chat and anticipate getting screamed at by someone for anything or nothing at all. And so figuring out how to protect people from that experience is a really important, for us, mandatory part of building this as sort of like an overall feature, an overall experience that we're asking people to try.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Valorant, but one of the most fun, memorable experience I had with Valorant was when people were just saying random stuff in the voice chat. It made things kind of more fun, in my opinion. But yeah, obviously there are considerations there. You really got to take into account that how some people can get hurt a bit more. And I think I remember talking to Brian about this when I was in LA. That the general consensus is the number of incidences will go down in terms of toxicity, because people are more liberated to type negatively in the anonymous chat. But the flame can become more sharper, more personalized when you introduce an aspect of your own self, adding your own voice, your personality. So these parts. So do you have any ideas how to protect people who have like non-conforming voices, for example, or like if people just don't like how would you ensure that people feel safe?
Yeah. So we actually have some pretty specific ideas here, and as we get closer to sort of launching the feature, we're going to share a lot more about sort of how that's going to work. But yes, absolutely. We've heard that from players. We've thought about it, and we've invested in tech to make
voice changer tech
to make that experience better. I think that there's a sort of common fallacy that I encounter around voice chat that I do want to address directly, which is like some people are like, oh, if someone's being a dick to you in chat, like you can just not use voice chat. And I think that that's kind of nonsense, because like the game, part of the point of voice chat is that you are collaborating and coordinating with your entire team. The fewer people are on voice chat, the less valuable it is for everyone else. And like if you just like take your jungler out of voice chat, like the value of it gets a lot lower, because you can't talk to them, they can't talk to you. And so you're just not coordinating as much. And so I don't think that it's appropriate to say like, oh, like if you don't like someone just like calling you names or like telling you to get back in the kitchen or whatever, then like, you should just, turn off voice chat, like not use it. It's just like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess like you can make the same argument about like public transit and like someone who's my mayor could be like, well, like if you don't like people shitting on public transit, then like don't use the subway system. But like that's not a thing that I would accept from an elected official, right? I don't expect there to be shit on a subway car. I expect that they will like keep people from doing that and that like public transportation is used for public transportation. And so I don't think that we should accept a bar of like letting people shit in voice chat and just saying like, oh yeah, if you don't like people doing that, then just don't use it.
Yeah, that's also one of the reasons why honor requirement, for example, can fall apart. If you put the bar too high, not enough people get in to participate to make it a meaningful interaction. So if you have only 2 people in a team communicating, so it's very difficult to fine tune that, I guess.
Yeah.
What else we got? Do we have any information about MMO? Does it exist? Is it gonna happen ever?
I mean, neither of us work on that, but
Can you
I mean,
leak us
the
leak us
teaser will
something?
exist. Absolutely not.
We know that the MMO is very important to League and Riot players. That's all.
Very good, very good. I don't wanna waste your time. This has been a solid 90 minutes. I feel like we went through a lot of it. What else? There's like a personal windmill that I'm chasing here. Like, how do you feel about AI, using AI in creative sources, in creative endeavors?
So I'm not an artist. I'm not what you would characterize as like a creative person. I think that so I can't speak to that. I won't try to. I think that there is something something valuable about AI in helping people do just like specifically coding things where basically, LLMs basically ate Stack Overflow.
Yep.
I have a bunch of personal ethical issues with that, but the reality is that like they function as, among many, many other things, a really sophisticated search for Stack Overflow for multiple years. And so like if I wanted to go and write an analysis query, I can pretty quickly do that and get information that I might have had to wait a few days or like ask someone to take time out of their day to do. And so in that very specific, like non-development, not like shipping an asset into the game way, like it lets me understand players faster, better, in a more granular, specific way. I have used it in that way. I found it to be pretty useful. I wrote SQL queries for years as an analyst, and so like I can check that, but I think that it is good for the things that I use it for. Obviously, I'm not a creative though.
Yeah, so I think broadly, AI is a very powerful tool, right? It has the capabilities to enhance or to also, be destructive in certain capabilities. As a person who's like kind of using it creatively, one of the things that we think is very important, at least for Riot, is using AI. I'm not going to speak for the broader company, but at least the way that designers use it on League, is that the designer always has to be the one at the end finally making the decisions about things. So it's like using AI for creative inspiration or to workshop ideas or to as a rubber duck where it's like, hey, what do you think of this idea? Oh, here's some considerations that you may not have been thinking about. It's like, oh, cool, that's great. Like, let me think about that and workshop that a bit more. Oh, that might actually make the idea bad, right? Like, those are the types of things that we would really encourage designers to use it for. Whereas things like, hey, just spit out this design, yeah, not great, and we wouldn't use it for that. The human always has to be at the end, and at least as far as capabilities currently go, the humans are just better at designing than the AIs. So it's not even a situation where it's like the AI is better, why can't we use it? It's like, no, the design is just still just better. So you know, it's kind of remarkable what goes on in the human brain, but it's a shit ton. So
Yeah.
there's a lot
Yeah.
of like, you know, connections and inferences that you would make about things that the AI is just not really able to calculate at the time. Even if someone were to like try and spit out their brain and try and put it into the AI, they wouldn't be able to right now. There's just so many things that go on in there that are unspoken that result in creativity or result in excellent ideas. So
Yeah, for sure. I feel like when something is, I mean, obviously about generative AI, like obviously you can tell what's AI still, and it's kind of I mean, that's why we have the term AI slop, but it goes beyond that. Even if it were better, I feel like it would be somewhat defeating the purpose of like even beyond like just obviously it has to be trained on something and steal something else, but it goes to like it goes to deny the very process of creating art. And I think video games in essence are art. They're a medium, they're an art form to be consumed. And
yeah, like you could have someone churn out, you know, like machine out a whole bunch of like wood art, for example, like wood carving or whatever. People don't do that because, you know, like there's a lot of value in buying something that someone handcrafted, and it is the imperfections and the, you know, like the chisel marks or whatever that make that thing valuable, right? It's not the fact that it's perfectly machined, or, you know, even though you could perfectly machine, you know, some kind of like wooden carving, it's like you wouldn't, right?
Yeah, understandable. There's one about game monetization and future. How do you ethically view like high prices? Like, what would be the upper limit of a potential skin, for example? Like, there's been a lot of debate with the $500 skins, and there's an argument to be made. If people can purchase it, why not? Only people who can afford it, they can buy it. Like, is there like an upper limit skin pricing, or like a digital collectible? Is there an upper limit to the price that you would feel like this is it, and like, beyond that is a bit too much?
I don't think that I've ever really thought about it in terms of like what is an upper limit. Mostly because I don't know, 20 years ago, the concept of free to play games almost didn't exist. I mean, like I think they like essentially got created sometime in the late 90s, but like so much has happened in the last 20 years. I have no idea what's going to happen 20 years from now. And so I think it would be a little bit arrogant of me to be like, oh yeah, I can perfectly imagine like what a business model is of, you know, a free to play game. I think that you touch on something that is real, which is people have very different amounts of time and money in their lives at various stages of their lives, depending on where they live, what their jobs are, all of that. And so part of the challenge of a free-to-play game is to serve many, many millions of people, where some of them are time rich and some of them are time poor. Some of them are monetarily rich and some of them are not. And so figuring out how to give people experiences and things that are meaningful to them, both in terms of costs, in terms of barriers to access, and in terms of what it means to get it, right? Like you work really hard for, you know, a Challenger Victoria's skin. And so I think giving that to everyone is like not something that we would want to do. And so how do you figure out how to create and endow meaning for the things that you give people is a lot of where we start and a lot of what we focus on.
Yeah, understand. I have no answer for that one. I'm just gauging your opinions. Is there a champion? Yeah,
time for one more question.
Yeah, perfect. This is one for the ending. Yeah, Yeah,
So
it must be late.
I was looking at your post and I noticed that the one of the most upvoted ones was about the state of top lane. So we haven't talked about that just yet. I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit with the
About
range
the
tops.
yeah, I tried to gauge opinions from the top laners. The most liked one was from Watley about the state of top lane, but it was more so about like, well, what are you planning to do? Are there any changes that you're gonna do, and why are the changes particularly being slow? Well, what do we do about that?
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to, start with the premise of um, top lane having low agency, for example, has been a, quote unquote community topic for, I don't know, the entire game's existence, at least, from the point where we had, two people in bot lane. It's fundamentally very difficult to balance the needs and power levels of a game where there's two people in the bot lane and one person in the top lane. Like, how do you make it fine for that one person in the top lane to ever have the same amount of influence as the people in the bottom lane? So that is a fundamental tension. I think we've done, a decent amount of it over the years to the point where, there are a lot of high ranking players that play top lane, right? And, some of the ways that we've had that manifest in the past is one top laner can just put the other top laners so far in the ground that they have, a lot of agency. That, of course, is something that some top laners like, but something that other top laners don't like. There's also, like having top laners be ganked more, which adds a lot of agency to them because they can like 2v1 the jungler, or they can pull the jungler into their lane and avoid a gank or whatever. And that gives them agency because the jungler is not ganking bot lane and they're not ganking mid lane, and they can, in some situations, like, influence the jungler. But then top laners also say, I don't want to be ganked, right? So this is one of the reasons why the problem at a baseline is quite hard to solve. And also, even just thinking tactically, hey, at some point in the game, the top laner needs to be able to, play 1v2 or 1v3. So how do you design champions or design experiences where they can do that, and everyone looks at that situation and is like, yeah, that champion's fair and reasonable, right? Like like those are some of the fundamental, difficulties with designing that. That said, I do think that there's ways that that problem can be solved, whether or not it's like adding new game mechanics or tweaking existing ones, or changing the nature of XP and gold, or changing the nature of like top lane's role quest. But they're, because the problem in a baseline is so hard, anything that we change can also just make it significantly worse. And so that's one of the reasons why this particular problem is quite hard to solve, and why we want to take a lot of time to do it right. It's
Mhm.
much easier to just mess it up than to do it properly.
Okay, so you're trying to be careful with it. Yeah, like the proximity of top lane to other lanes is just, it's the most distant away from everything. So that's the ancient solution of teleport, and then eventually the grubs and herald added. So I really like the role quest variant and the teleport and experience combination. I feel like that does a solid job at helping with the top lane. But is there anything concrete that you're looking to do or experiment, or like an idea that you're experimenting with to fix it?
Yeah, so we would definitely like try and experiment with the role quest. We would try and experiment with, how the power curves play out, because I think the power curves and how they play out, like, we don't want to add mechanics if we don't have to, right? Like, mechanics can be exciting, but they also make the game harder to understand. So, we do want to play around with a bunch of those different things and see what sticks and see what feels fair. Like, at a baseline, a lot of champions that have played in the top lane on a tactical level, like when you play a skirmish with them, it's like, oh, they have so many different tools and whatever, and they kind of need that at a baseline to, fight 1v2 or fight 1v3. But there's a limit, right? Like, you can't have champions, win 1v3 in a way where it's like, I didn't understand what they were doing, or they just had so many capabilities that it was just like, well, that was like very unreasonable, right? So it's a fine balance, and it's something that we're, perennially looking at and trying to figure out how to make fair and satisfying for everyone in the game. But yeah, it is hard, so that's why it takes a longer time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't wanna bother you anymore. This was very productive. I feel like it's been awesome. I appreciate you doing this, actually, like reaching out, coming and taking the time of your day to do this.
Thank you for having us. Truly, it's always good to get to chat with people, and always good to hear what people are interested in and be able to give a bit more context than 140 or 280 characters allows for.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Sadly, the thing with Nemesis didn't pan out, so it was a bit of a task to try and summon up all the information from the community and channel that in a meaningful way. But I hope I did a good job. I obviously failed some people because there's like infinite amount of questions to go through and very limited amount of time. But yeah,
Yeah,
hope we did a
maybe
good
we'll
job.
get to the Yasuo buff question someday in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, this is a great time. Love talking with the community. Love talking with you. So yeah, just keep it up.
Yeah, awesome. Likewise, keep it up and keep bringing that good game we all love and enjoy playing for hours. Even though sometimes we say we don't.
It can be both.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Azzapp.
Yep.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Well, that's a wrap. That is a wrap, I believe. Was that good? Did I do it just? I had to kill the alert books midway through. Where's my alert books? Boom, boom, boom. I feel like we touched on like this went longer than it was supposed to. We kind of got yapping for a really long time, and I feel like we did a pretty good job touching on basically every major thing. Every major thing. Zero Talent, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I try to avoid the specific like individual characters. Wanted to go more into like global stuff, more structural things. Yeah, I think we did a lot of things. There's obviously like more about role quests and the rigidity of the role, stifling creativity. There's many things, but yeah. What can you do? Some of the answers. By the way, Zero Town, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, buddy. Yeah, some of the answers could be in a way like perceived as vague, but it's totally understandable because the company is made out of many moving parts, and they're only acting in certain capacity, for example, which is why like I asked specifically about the AI question, and like because that's just something that I dislike, like using generative AI, and I'm glad we agreed on that. But I recognize the fact that they're not designers. Like neither of them works on creating design for characters and or skins, right? So you obviously gotta go through, you know. So yeah, we can do it. What else? Azzapp, my god, finally will hear if loser Q is real. Holy. Well, I mean, if loser's Q is real, they're cooked. They said nothing goes into the main 2 things, or the MMR and whether people are doing. They don't take the data of the champions and anything else. What else? Let's get some music going. People thinking to hold it to a scripted because that wasn't arguing against them? We literally got the questions together. What am I going to argue? What is the... hang on. Brinslor sent something about the Nemesis. What's this? I mean, obviously, yeah. Yeah, you get to bully them. Yep. I mean, this is obvious. Yep. Yeah, and minions not doing as much damage and putting these to jungle, circumventing the weak Hurley. But the whole, like, they were predicated upon being weak Hurley. That's the design. Yep. I mean, he's right. That's very fairly obvious. I need to do it again in the future. I really hope we get a chance to do it. I really hope we get a chance to do it in the future again. I mean, yeah, this was just a thing. We can get more information about the things that we care about. Hope I did a good job. I tried to do my best, but yeah. I'm sorry, man. I don't like at all you agreeing with him, which is disgusting. Instead, you should have put him on the spot and turned the light on. First of all, what even was the case? What even was the case? Second of all, I even mentioned the things that I don't agree with. Like, I try to act both as me, myself, and my own personal ideas, but also being an interviewer and summoning up the stuff from community because the community wants them answered. And I asked about even stuff like loser queue and try to press on in these cases. Like, what are they getting them explicitly state? What goes into it? Like, I think that's a waste of time talking about that, but still I did it. Like, I don't understand. Like, community is very volatile community, so it's not easy. It's not easy to do justice to everybody, but yeah. You didn't mention Orphan of Kos? I didn't beat it today! I beat Orphan of Kos. Okay, see? Look! Double interview. Azzapp sat down with Drew Levin, covered pretty much everything the community has been wanting answers on. I mean, I thought I did a good job getting a lot of the broad stuff. I thought I was doing a good job. Like, in 90 minutes, I mean, it was supposed to be 1 hour, but we kind of risked them to go longer, and I did. We went through a lot, man. We went through a lot. So let's take for 100. And then I would like reach the point where obviously I'm not getting like crazy feedback back. Like obviously when they can't give you more information, like the client, you can't press them on the client because they don't know more on the client. They can't promise features. Then they're gonna take the heat in the future when those features get scrapped by somebody higher up or whatever. You know, I can only talk to them in a personal capacity, and that's kind of what I did. It was great to watch and hear. Double interview. Thank you, Chad. You went to the point of everything without being debated or being emotional with W. Thank you, Thummy. The only negative thing about this stream / interview segment is the chat, but that's not on you. What do you mean? I mean, I wasn't reading chat. I had my notes and I covered the chat entirely with that. So yeah. I was trying not to get distracted by the chat. I was really trying to avoid that. Obviously, like we were naturally gonna have more viewers, like viewers who are not part of the community, so you're gonna get a lot of stuff. Top lane question. I don't have a top lane. I talked about this before. We don't have a top lane question. We just have top lane frustration, but like most of it is structural. I said this before, and we did have that question listed. Because people really wanted it. What can you do? What can you do? Let me stop the virtual camera. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Generally proud of you. You did amazing. A lot of people tell you the rest. Thank you, Sammy. What the fuck is Stroben cooking these thumbnails? That's enough of me being nice? You overdid it, man. You overdid it. Why is the lanes for punish? I mean, they're just trying to control the game in like a more direct way. God damn, why is it so loud? Thank you, Natalian. I appreciate it 3 months. Really means a lot. Appreciate it, buddy. I don't know. Is there something that we missed? I'm looking at my notes, both on my notepad and like here. I don't feel like we've missed anything like big. There's like stuff about like what kind of champion archetype would you like to see in the future that hasn't been explored, like these sort of stuff, you know. But I think the custom map stuff I didn't get to. That one we never got to, unfortunately. That's one thing that I regret not being able to go on. Supports bingo of the chain. I mean, they're getting reeled back in. They're getting reeled back in. It's tied to the map mages stuff. Thanks for the interview. Thank you, my son. Appreciate it, buddy. People don't read patches. Bum 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 bum. Kapsamida! Thank you so much for 7. Thank you, appreciate it. Yep. Were people trying to get like confirmation whether the loser queue exists or not? Like they were gonna say yes, we have it. When so far they've said no. Like why is the world global? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I don't know. Hang on, what a roller quest? Man, this song is so good. More feet pick champs coming up? I didn't ask that. Even kept rioters hostage. My never FF goat. Sheesh. Oh. They wanted to be here for 60 minutes. GG. GG, we got him. The 15-minute FF mark was something I wanted to answer. It doesn't feel like you can actually know the game. I mean, they obviously can't. I think like we reached like an impasse there. They're pretty concerned about. I also didn't want to drag on that topic because I feel like I'm disproportionately interested in that, so I didn't want to focus on stuff that I'm specifically interested in too much. Because I still wanted to do justice to the community, right? It is me, but I also wanted to help other community get their questions in. That's one of those things where I would have been willing to make stronger case. And I like about the incentive structure, how you can argue exactly the opposite, how you incentivize people to end the game sooner, and by having like an early surrender vote. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem, right? And the information is like when you say people generally know when it's over, it's kind of true, but also not really, because the information we have is completely tainted, the surrender data. So that doesn't mean much, really. No, I don't like. I regret not talking about it more, but like for my personal sake, for the sake of the community, I don't think community cares about it really. So I don't really mind. It would be very selfish of me to derail the conversation and talk about the things that I specifically want to talk about when you almost never really get these sort of chances. I really wanted to do community a solid and try to gather up your questions. So, Deb, do you like the Strokes? Hell yeah. Loudrew mentioning people who want to play a few games but have to pay per time or etc. limitation. Your points about ranked. How many other modes they have for the fine way to conclude? True. I'm really sad I never got to the point about custom maps, like potential the map editor, map market, custom maps, and stuff like that. More creative tools in the hands of the community. I really do like that. Do you personally feel that the answers were completely satisfactory? Did any of them jump out particularly corporate or neutered? Now, as I said earlier, I think like naturally some of these have to be because I had a lot of my questions were like a bit heavy hitting, a bit deeper. So obviously a lot of them they're gonna reach an impasse where they're not that's not their part of the job to do that, so they can't really speak on behalf of the rest of the company, right? You're only talking to two individuals amidst hundreds of people. We're talking about the world's ticket situation. What's a world's ticket situation? Dominion? Nah. Yeah, custom maps is the best shit. I think they need that. I think they need it at some point. People still returning to John Riot. John Riot. My favorite rioter. Let me do something. You were awfully nice today. Tommy was nice to me. I think we did something right. Vulcan, yo, thank you for 3 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. Holy moly. It felt comfortable after curse? Yeah, shitting on the subway as well. Considering the MOBAs came from Dota custom map, yeah, I agree. I think that it would be a very poetic ending of that circle. I think it'd be a very, very poetic thing that from the thing that it started Warcraft 3 and then the Dota and then League of Legends sprouting, then League of Legends does a full fucking loop, gets to the custom map maker eventually, gives the community creative control, and then community can make tower defense maps and proceed to create new League of Legends of the future, right? Or whatever else comes after. I that's my biggest regret. That is my biggest regret, not going into that line. But I missed it. We went through like too many things. And many things you gotta keep track of. It ain't easy. It's just me. It's just one person over here, guys. So yeah. Yeah. We went through everything. Here's what we went through. That's just like my own stupid note system. I do have a notepad as well filled with it. But yeah. Tomorrow, professional notes. You like my notes? Well, tomorrow I'm leaving. Going on a bit of a travel. So yeah, I'm glad we finished Bloodborne. I've reset up my PC. I got both monitors working now, got the audio working, everything is there, everything is functional. So yeah, I'm gonna keep you updated on what happens when I come back. But tomorrow there is no stream. Tomorrow there will be no stream. We got plenty of content recorded, plenty of stuff coming to YouTube. At least 2 videos from today and then more stuff. So yeah. You'll stream Darkest Dungeon 1 when the DLC comes out? No idea, we'll see. We'll see. So yeah. Appreciate all of you chat being here, helping me get these questions. Being here, giving suggestions and such, and supporting the channel. Hope you enjoyed. I do believe that is it for us. That is it for us today. So yeah, go watch Variety channel, go watch League channel. I'll see you all soon on the stream when I come back. In the meantime, I'll be on Discord, I'll be everywhere. I'll be posting on Instagram probably. So yeah. You like my shirt? Have a good night, everybody. Have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye, fellas. Hope you enjoyed. See you soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for the sub. Who was it? Wrath9841. Thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. See ya, guys. Bye.